You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday, June 16th, 2021, around 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And today we are back to Vienna Connection, and we're playing Mission 3. So if there is anyone watching, let me know if you can hear the audio and see okay. If the stream is working, we'll see what kind of delay we're working with. And while I'm waiting for that, I will just give you your normal disclaimer. You should not be watching this if you plan to play this game, because it's a mystery that'll only be played through once. You should probably also not be watching this if you haven't watched the first two playthroughs. The first one took about 9 hours. The second one, Mission 2, about 6 hours. Probably this one will take 5-6 hours, I expect. There's 4 missions total. I'm really looking forward. I've been looking forward to playing this for a while now, and hopefully, if all goes well, we'll play Mission 3 tonight, and then maybe Mission 4 in the next day or two. All right, if there's anyone in the channel who wants to speak up and let me know you can hear okay, or you just want to admit that you're here, whatever. Otherwise, we'll just go on. Now, normally I play these, I like to play these at midnight or so, after when everyone's asleep and it's dark out. But my sleep schedule's a little messed up, so I thought we'd try one in normal hours. So it's still light out, but I've got all the curtains closed around the house, so I can't. So we're simulating nighttime. Let's recap our first 2 missions. Basically, we're working for the CIA. We're Special Activities Division or something like that. And we got called by the CIA to Vienna to investigate this guy's death. He was a CIA operative. He got some code cards and then was killed for them by the RAF, a terrorist organization. Got them from KGB. This is a spy game set in the Cold War. We're sort of CIA on the west against the Soviet Eastern Bloc. We recovered the code cards. Most of them were caches of weapons, which is why the terrorists wanted to get their hands on them. One was a card that just said Budapest, April, Porthos. So you can see here that I took extensive notes after the first mission. The second mission, just a little bit. Okay, so we've been talking about the first mission, and then April, Budapest, Porthos was the note. We didn't know what that meant. When we got the cards, our guy was told greetings from Porthos. We didn't know what that meant. We were told that there's a leak in the CIA, and there's someone named Trader who's been responsible. He's a bad guy, been responsible for bringing in the terrorist or setting them up. In the second mission, a CIA guy was arrested for the murder of someone in a Vienna hotel. We went to investigate it. He didn't commit that murder. He was there for a handoff of some intelligence from a Yugoslavian scientist who was the guy who got murdered. That guy got murdered by a Sparrow, a Soviet femme fatale woman who was hired to assassinate him. We did recover the information that that person was trying to transfer to us. And the guy who got arrested, the CIA guy, made several attempts to tell us there's a rat in the CIA. We actually did track that down as part of that mission. Tracked down, it was the head of station in Vienna, Evan Wright. So he got arrested. So we think we've gotten rid of our rat. And we also think we now know who Porthos is. Porthos was the source, a Soviet source, who was smuggling us in information. So I'm guessing that that first message we got on mission 1 that said April, Budapest, Porthos, is saying that we're going to meet up in April with Porthos. Now, I don't know if that's going to be mission 4 or today's mission. So not much of a connection between the cases, except for the rat in the CIA and this person, Porthos. All right, so we can put these over here. You could see, here are the files we got from the second mission and the files from the first mission. We're allowed to look through these. We don't need them for now, so we'll just put them out of the way. Then we've got our campaign log, which has had us record certain things that we've unlocked. Here's the mission sheet for the mission 3. It's called Yellow Mimosa. In our previous missions, we had only one red checkbox. This one has 5, more than any other zone. The red zones are like enemy and KGB, counterintelligence, foreign territory. So it looks like this mission we're going to be doing lots of things in foreign territory, which is a little scary. We've got 4 checkboxes before the game ends. If you'll remember, when we're told to check a box in a certain colored zone, if they're all full, then we check one of these. When you're playing single player, you're allowed to go to the end. If you're playing on easy mode, which we play on, I play on because I like to see easy, hard. In this game, there's not even getting it right or wrong in this game. You're in it for the story, so I like to take as much time as we can. And then that's when the story ends. Okay. We've got our deck of lead cards here. And our files over here you can see in the inset that we will go through. So first thing we do, though, is open our mission dossier and start mission 3. Okay, no one's in the channel. It's just me talking to myself for now. That's fine. Let's see what we've got here. All right, that's mission 3. So we've got a mission 3 briefing. We've got this, if you'll remember, this is going to be our decryption code key for this mission. And here's a clue already about what this is. It says the code word for this decryption key is traitor hunt. So if you remember, traitor was a person who's come up in both of our missions who's bringing in the terrorists or organizing some of this. So that's a bad guy. Okay. So we can put this aside. Let's see what else we've got. We've got some operatives. If you'll remember how these operatives work, they help us, they give us some initial tokens. So this guy brings us one of these, this guy brings us one of these, this guy brings us one of these. These are foreign intelligence or context. This is journalist. And this is money, which we don't have any yet. So they bring something to the pool. Otherwise, they're just people that we might send on operations. And let's take a look. These are our resources. So here are the operations that we have available to us in the course of this mission. These two, when you activate them, you flip over the card so you don't know exactly what's going to happen. One's an interrogation, one's data acquisition. This only requires 1 token, but it needs a yellow token, which we haven't been given any yet. And then this mission, which all of these scenarios, this operation, all of the missions have had one where it tells you exactly what's going to happen. So when you flip these, they may be good or bad. This one, you know exactly what's going to happen. If you pay 2 resources that have to be of these combinations, you add one of these resources to the pool. It's not clear what they are. We've already got 2 of them. We have more than enough to do everything at this point, so maybe there's going to be some other reason we need them. But we won't be using these operations anytime soon. The game suggests that you don't use them till you know some reason to use them. We'll take a look at them more later. One's an interrogation of terrorists, and one is creating false passports. Okay, let's read our mission briefing. I guess I don't remember if it tells you generally should start which side, but let's start with the mission setup. Let's read it together. An operational SAD team of several people, including intelligence officers and supporting agents, has been delegated to execute the mission. Team's code name Hound. Direct supervisor of the operation, Catherine Miller, codename Wasp. So she's been our supervisor throughout all of these missions. Add 2 money to the pool. Okay, so the mission setup has given us 2 money. And so these are our starting resources. Take the set of local agents for mission Yellow Mimosa and add their corresponding tokens to the pool. We did that. Take the set of operations and add them to the pool. Okay, we've done that. Open the envelope with the code for mission Yellow Mimosa and add it to the pool. We've done that. That's right here. I guess I could put that here, but I'm going to put it over here where there's more space. Okay, special rules. This is the first time we've seen this. Every lead card in the red zone has an additional cost of 1 red resource. Let's read what the official name of those red resources are. Foreign Intelligence Representative Tokens. Okay, so, wow, that's going to make it much harder for us to go to those red leads. Okay, you can't draw a lead card from the red zone if you can't spend a foreign intelligence resource. Okay, and then we're starting with these 3 possible leads, which we'll look at in a second. Goal of the mission, reveal the traitor's identity. That's exciting, because that person has been a bad guy in a couple of these missions. Find the target of the planned attack in Berlin. Okay. Additionally, if the SAD team, if you wrote, we guarantee themselves the FRG's embassy's gratitude in the campaign journal, add 1 red star. Okay, so let's take a look at what we wrote in our campaign journal. Here's our campaign journal here. But since my handwriting is bad, let's look instead at what I typed up. Okay, so SAD team gains gratitude at FRG embassy, which is exactly here. So we get an extra 1 of these for having done that. If we wrote the whereabouts of Ayudalun Altan remain unknown, which we didn't write, then reduce the exposure of card 302 by 1. Well, we didn't write that. If the team wrote, the SAD team aided the Italian investigation concerning Barzagli's action in the campaign journal, reduce the exposure of card 314 by 1. Well, we didn't do that either. So neither of these happened for us. This is unfortunate. If you watched our playthrough of Mission 2, we sort of got ripped off in the final report because we did really well that mission. We unlocked all these puzzles and solved all these things. That when it gave us the choice of things to do, we decided not to arrest a couple people. And what happened was all of the rewards from what we chose to do as our final actions were duplicative of stuff we had already gotten because we solved puzzles. So, It was kind of upsetting. But that's life. So we might want to keep in mind that 302 and 314, trying to track down these two terrorist people involved in the Red Brigade. One of them could be traitor. They are sort of transport people. That's troubling if we didn't get these. Okay, so remember these are probably going to be like 2 exposure in one shot. All right, so let's take our notes here and then we'll turn this over and read it. I guess we'll turn it over and start here maybe. Okay, Prague, CIA safe house, March 12th, 1977. So notice this is in March, not in April when we think we're going to meet Porthos. Okay, Prague safe house. The sound of the phone cuts through the silence of the night. You pick it up and hear only one sentence. Flight to West Berlin, 9:52 a.m. Materials are at the airport, locker number 300. Okay. And then 3 hours later, at the airport. In the locker at the airport, you find tickets, an address, and keys to an apartment prepared for occupation in West Berlin, as well as a folder containing documents. So it wants us to take files 300 and 301. And then it looks like we took the flight and began this mission on March 12th. Okay, let's get our files here. Files 300 and 301. There's 301. And there's 300, which is a double page file. All right, let's look at what we've got here. All right, so we've got a note from Catherine Miller, chief of the Special Activities Division. The CIA's Berlin delegation has informed us that an intercepted KGB communication contains the keyword traitor. The context of this message suggests that the RAF is preparing a terrorist attack. The CIA's Berlin delegation has also informed us that they've received the BKA, which we're allowed to search for on the internet. That's what that symbol means. BKA's report on the arrest of Uwe Wolf, an RAF member in West Berlin, during his attempt to cross the border at Checkpoint Charlie, which we're allowed to look up. The BKA notes that Brigitte Monhaupt left prison on February 2nd. An increase of RAF activity should be expected. So Brigitte Monhaupt, we've not met, but we read that one of the RAF terrorists reported to her. So we've got BKA, Checkpoint Charlie. We might want to look these up. And we might want to look up Brigitte Monhaupt, who looks like is a real person. The newest dispatch from Interpol informs us that in the context of the international investigation concerning the traitor, red notices have been issued for journalists George Spencer and Jacques Laurent. Okay, so Jacques Laurent was a journalist that we know was working with the terrorists. George Spencer, I don't recall that name. As well as Antonio Barzagli and Ayudolan Altan. These are the two, one is Italian and one is Turkish. They are the terrorist adjacent people that were in our hotel that all this spy stuff was happening in Mission 2. And he's actually got a real name of Ayudolan Altan, identified as Farid al-Assar, both of which are suspected of illegal arms trading. I wonder if one of those is our traitor. All right, well, we've got some stuff to do here on the internet, but let's continue reading these for now, then we'll make some notes. Oh, look at that, we've got a nice little map. It's a map of Berlin. There's West Berlin. This is the west. This is our side. There's East Berlin, controlled by Soviet influence. Checkpoint Charlie is going to be the place where you can cross over. What airport did we fly into? Tempelhof. Don't even see it, that airport here. Okay, so it's showing us the different sectors. Soviet sector, American sector, it looks like, British sector, and French sector. Alright. Then we had one more file. File 301. Let's see what this is. This is the communication intercept. Communication intercepted by the CIA's Berlin delegation. March 11th, so yesterday. Frequency 425, identified as a KGB frequency. From East Berlin. Here's the intercepted communication. Static. Weapon available in 5 days, western side. Okay. So presumably on the western side. Attack plan for RAF ready. They're just waiting for a pickup location from the trader. Courier on the way. It does now starting to seem like one of those people that we let get away from the hotel. Might be our trader or working with our trader. Okay, so these were our files. Let's just note that it's western side. Attack plan for we don't know when it is, but RAF is working with the trader, which we kind of knew. All right, well, before we write down some of this other stuff, let's spend a minute on the laptop looking up these things that we're allowed to look up. So let's see what we've got here. All right, the first one we're allowed to look up is BKA. The BKA's report. So maybe if we type BKA Cold War, will that give us anything? Germany's Federal Police Force. We might actually have a little bit on BKA in this book here. BKA is Western, that's our side. So it's going to be a West Germany Federal Criminal Police Office established in 1951 to investigate cases of organized crime. Okay, so BKA is a Western operation. Okay, so BKA sent a report about Uwe Wolf, who's an RAF terrorist member in West Berlin, during his attempt to cross the border, checkpoint Charlie, to get to the east. And they're saying Brigitte Monhaupt left prison on February 2nd. Let's search for Brigitte Monhaupt and see if we can get some picture of her or something. Oh, look at that. Brigitte Monhaupt. Born 1949, German convicted former terrorist associated with the second generation of the Red Army faction, the RAF. Socialist Patience Collective. Parents got divorced. Was a philosophy student. Joined the student movement. Protest against Vietnam War. arrested in prison. Okay, but that's after our game. And here's a little Wikipedia page on the RAF terrorist organization. Okay, it would have been nice. Oh, maybe if we go to images. There we go. There's Brigitte Monhunt. "24 years in prison." Okay. Then there's one more. It's a notice of something called a red notice. Search for red notice Cold War. Let's see if we get anything. Okay, here's something from Interpol. What is a red notice? A red notice is a request to law enforcement worldwide to locate and provisionally arrest a person pending extradition, surrender, or similar legal action. So it says who they are, what they're wanted for, and it basically alerts all friendly law enforcement or military to hold this person for us. Okay. Red notices were issued for George Spencer, Jacques Laurent, as well as Antonio Barzagli and Farid al-Assar, both of whom are suspected of illegal arms trading. Okay, so from our previous mission, from our last mission, those people we put on a wanted list to hold if found. All right. Those were our files. Is there anything else we need to write down? This one was important, right? So from our, I'm going to write from 301, from file 301, it says weapon delivery in West Side. So maybe we have to figure out where that weapon's being delivered to. All right, let's write down what leads we have available to us from the start. So we looked at our starting files. We are now in West Berlin. We have to remember this special rule, and we've got 3 leads to start with. We've got a 310 yellow, which is meet the BKA. If you'll remember, they're Germany friendly side on the in West Berlin. And what did they have for us? The BKA notes that Brigitte Monhunt, and they have a report about the arrest of Uwe Wolf. So I don't remember his name from a previous mission, although it's possible. Let's see, we've got our list of people from mission 1, and I don't see Uwe Wolf in my list. It's always possible we didn't write it down. Okay, but anyway, they've arrested, the BKA has arrested an RAF person, so we could go read that report. He was arrested in West Berlin, trying to cross over to East Berlin, so he may know something. Okay, so that's our first lead. We could follow that. The next lead we have is 311 yellow. Which is meet CIA in West Berlin. That sounds like just a generic get some help from our local office. Again, it's in West Berlin. And that wasn't yellow, that was a white. So, to remind you of the zones, if you look at it here, white zone is CIA locations, yellow zone is law enforcement and criminal underworld locations, blue is public areas, restaurants, etc., and red zone is foreign intelligence. Okay, and our third lead available is 318 white, which is Interpol information. Interpol is the International Criminal Organization, so they might know about the hunts for those people that the red notice was put out for. We have to remember that when we do these cards, actually we don't have to remember these. We don't have to remember any of these because these are not available to us, so we don't get those benefits. This mission might be, we might have a hard time with this mission without advantages. Reveal traitor's identity, find the target of the planned attack. All right, let's also remind ourselves of any errata. So actually 310 has some errata. Let's make a note here. Okay. .312 also has errata, but that's not in our thing. File 999. We didn't. I think we had file 999 in our last mission. Did we already look at the errata? No, we didn't. We didn't have 999. We had 993. Okay, false alarm. All right, 50 minutes down. No one in the comments. Just us. All right. There's our 3 leads we can follow. Nothing else. No other leads. No leads on any of our files. Who intercepted this communication? Intercepted KGB communication. Mentions traitor. CIA must have intercepted it. So talking to the CIA wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, these all seem like reasonable things to do. Yellow, white, white. Well, we've got room for those. We don't have to pay the extra red. I wonder if we need to do something to remind us to pay the extra. Let's look at our operations now. Again, now that we know what this mission is all about. Fishing trip requires a yellow, which we have none of. That's very odd. It doesn't give us any in the beginning. I guess we're going to be getting some yellow, otherwise this wouldn't be here. Data acquisition. Detaining a group of low-ranked RAF members and interrogating them in the hope that they will provide any valuable information. Costs 1 yellow. Okay. Well, that's not even up as an option for us at this point. Operation Anhel also requires yellow. Mobilization of the police in Germany, France, and Italy to gain information on the planned bomb attack in Berlin by any means necessary. So clearly we have to find something before it's going to even let us do those. This one requires money. This one we could do at any point. we could spend money to get another red, which would let us look up a red lead. All right, not useful to us at this point. So it's traditional to, after we get set up and read our initial stuff, to take a break. So, but it's only been 50 minutes, or less, I guess. But let's take a 5-minute break. Let everyone get something to drink, and we'll come back and do our first lead. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Continuing our playthrough of Mission 3 of the Vienna Connection. Yellow Mimosa. Alright, I think our first lead should be to go to the BKA, the local West Berlin police force, and see what they know about RAF activity in Berlin. And this is the one with the errata card. So let's go get 310 yellow, and we'll proceed from there. Okay. It says exposure +1, so we will check off a mark here. But before we do, let's look at the errata and see if it's important. So let's see, this is the first time we've done this. We've looked at the web page for the game for Mission 3. So you can see we're playing Mission 3, which I just selected from here. We're going to go to errata. 310B. Oh, we haven't flipped it over yet. Okay, we'll look at that in a second then. Not until we flip it over. Okay, exposure +1. So I'm going to check off yellow exposure. Hopnerstrabe, 127 West Berlin, BKA office. The BKA office is located in a small building in the western area of West Berlin. The BKA doesn't have an official headquarters in Berlin. Due to increased RAF activity and the recent release of Brigitte Monhaupt from prison, BKA's leadership has temporarily installed a unit operating in Berlin. You sit at a table and Lieutenant Cruz offers you a cigarette. You inquire about the details of Wolf's detainment. That's Uwe Wolf, the other guy, RAF member that they captured. On March 11th, the BKA detained him while he was attempting to cross the border at Checkpoint Charlie. Wolf tried to enter West Berlin with forged papers, using documents with the name Julian Schmidt. All right, let's write this down. So this is 310 BKA. So Uwe Wolf had papers saying he was Julian Schmidt. Okay, in case that's relevant. Yesterday he was interrogated, then transported to Wiesbaden, where he remains detained for now. Cruz stubs out his cigarette in an ashtray, gets up from the table, and brings you a folder with the interrogation report. File 310. Okay, so we've got, just to remind you how wonderful these files are. This is by far the most satisfying part of the game. Okay, so 310. The single page report. So there's his interrogation report, which we're going to read in a second. But it tells us to flip this. Okay. And then that's where our errata comes in. So let's go look at this errata for 310B. Becker's name is Christoph. Okay, so when we read this, it's Christoph, not Christian. Okay, so the card says Christian, it's really Christoph. Okay, so 310B, errata says Christian Becker is really Christoph Becker. It's probably just consistency with something written on another card. You read the report and ask if they know of anything that could be related to the traitor or an attackman. All right, well, if it says we read it, let's read it. Report from the interrogation of Uwe Wolf. 11th of March, which is yesterday. Based on photos and police reports, the suspect was identified as Uwe Wolf. He was detained during an attempt to cross the border at Checkpoint Charlie. He used false documents in the name of Julian Schmidt. In a hidden compartment under the driver's seat, there was a Mauser pistol. He also carried a silver coin with a balance scale symbol, which alarmed the guards. Okay, so silver coin with balance scale symbol, you'll remember, was the symbol that Jacques Laurent, the French journalist working with the terrorists, had, and his nickname was Scales. So I don't know if other people use that, if that's a symbol for an organization that Jacques Laurent was part of, like, or if that's all Jacques Laurent. Wolf refused to reveal how he obtained the pistol or the silver coin. He claimed not to know the meaning of the symbol on the coin. When asked if he knows the traitor, the suspect smiled and said, "Ne parlez pas français." So he doesn't speak French. When asked what he meant, he was perplexed and refused to answer. All right, where's my French friend? That's a lot of errata. There. So we've got someone in the channel, 2:45, who I was just talking with in some comments about the initiative. It's actually a very small amount of errata for these games. These games tend to be hard to test and full of errata. Like some of the Sherlock Holmes cases are notoriously terrible with errata. And all of the errata so far have been very tiny, like not important, just like corrections to little typos. So, but I will say this, like this set of errata was posted on day 1 and nothing's been added to it. So we're still in the early days of playing this. It's only been out for a month or so. So more errata may come that may sneak by us. But okay, leave that aside for now. It's good to have you join us. Although you may want to play this, you may not want to be watching this, or if you're jumping into Mission 3, it's not the best place to jump in, but it's great to have you in the chat comments. Okay, so I was saying, where is my French friend Zach? I mean, it says no, ne parlez pas français. I think he's saying he doesn't speak French. Asked if he knows the traitor, he says, I don't speak French. Asked what he meant, he was perplexed and refused to answer. Ne parlez pas français. Wolf admitted to having been in contact with the RAF, but claimed that he knew nothing about the organization's plans. He maintained that he was just a courier. He refused to say what he transported in his capacity as a courier. He claimed that he was unaware that there was a hidden compartment or a firearm in the car. Items confiscated during the arrest: false passport issued in the name of Julian Schmidt, Mauser pistol, wallet containing 100 marks, silver coin with a balance scale, Victorinox pocket knife red, and his car, Mercedes W123. Further actions, he's been transferred to Wiesbaden. Okay, well, that report did not help us much, to be honest. This was a weird thing. We asked if he knows the traitor. He says he doesn't speak French. I think that's what that means, but I'm not sure. When asked what he meant, he was perplexed and refused to answer. Is that trying to tell us the traitor is French and he gave away information by accident? All right, let's continue our card, having read the interrogation report. You read the report and ask if they know of anything that could be related to the traitor or an RAF attack plan. The BKA doesn't know what the RAF is up to. Cruz doesn't know if it's relevant, but on March 6th, 6 days ago, Christian Becker, a German foreign affairs official, was found dead. So Christoph Becker, German Foreign Affairs official, found dead March 6th, so 6 days ago. Becker worked as an FRG representative at a U.S. mission Berlin. FRG is another one of these local police force on the West German, I believe. FGR? This is FRG, but I think it's FGR. The FGR is West Germany. No, okay. That's just another name for West Germany. I don't know what FRG is. As an FRG representative at the U.S. mission in Berlin. Maybe that's just a West German official representative. The evidence indicates a suicide, but this feels wrong. The investigation is being led by the local police. Moreover, if you're asking about the traitor and the silver balance scale symbol, says Cruz, Berliner Zeitung, we went through this whole pronunciation thing. Berliner Zeitung has published an article about a European criminal network where the silver balance symbol is mentioned. So that seems to answer that question. It's Jacques Laurent, the French journalist, is part of this organization, this illegal organization, criminal network. So was the guy that, if you remember Mission 1, the prosecutor handed information over to this someone with a silver balance. Okay. So we could read that article about it. Cruz explains that he remembered this when they found something similar on Wolf. He shows you the newspaper with the mentioned article. Okay, so file 307 at U.S. Embassy. Okay. Christoph Becker. Okay, and this gives us two new leads. The new leads are 306 yellow, which is meet the police investigator of Christoph Becker's death, murder, we think. And the other lead is 315 blue, our first blue, which is meet with the Zeitung author. Okay, well, let's look at this newspaper article about this illegal organization before we make a decision here. And let's make sure we don't miss these leads. Should probably have a more visible symbol to tell me when I write down leads somewhere. So these are our leads here. We already went to this one. Okay, so we've got one more file coming to us, 307. Okay, so here's the article in the Berliner Zeitung from the end of February. Can you see this? A king of the demi-world, or a gangster legend. When I started to investigate the movement of gangs in Germany and Europe a few weeks ago, my attention was drawn to an enigmatic pseudonym that was constantly referenced by informants, repeated like a mantra: traitor. Who was he? What were his goals? Where did he acquire resources and contacts? To fully understand the actions of the criminal organizations over the last few years, one must find the answers to these questions. The mysterious symbol of a silver balance scale began to appear in Europe around 1975. Batches of weapons marked with that symbol were found in Spain, France, and Italy. Austrian gangster swore that it was the traitor who identified the targets of break-ins or contract killings. French far-left organizations claim that it was the traitor who helped them single out targets for political kidnappings and planned bombings. Guns, rifles, and explosives were transported by land and sea to Europe from Turkey, the likeliest location for his headquarters. So Turkey, if you remember, one of the people in the hotels that escaped was from Turkey. Transported to Turkey, the likeliest location for his headquarters, and probably the region from which this enigmatic figure originates. An informant from Czechoslovakia claimed that the traitor had supposedly been there for a few weeks in 1974. Okay. The informant did not know his name, but revealed that he was a well-educated man who spoke to him in French. Another clue that the traitor speaks French. The lack of concrete information on the traitor raises the possibility that he is an urban legend, a myth invoked by criminals to deceive police and prosecutors. Is that the case? The investigation continues. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll start a new page for information on the traitor. Just random information. So we think he speaks French fluently. And I'll put file 307 where we think we gathered that information. We think he visited Czechoslovakia in 1974 for a few weeks. We think he's, if we believe this informant, well educated. He speaks French. I just add the fluently. Okay, and this is saying that maybe he's a member of this, maybe member of Silver Balance organization. Either member or working with, right? And then we're saying, okay. And the Silver Balance in 1975. Okay, batches of weapons marked with that symbol were found in Spain. So that makes it sound like an arms dealer. Sending arms all over the place. Austrian gangsters swore it was traitor who identified targets of break-ins, identified the targets of break-ins or trade or contract killings, and French said it was the traitor who pointed out targets for political kidnapping. So we're being told that traitor identifies targets for criminal acts, people to kidnap, rob, etc. Almost as if he's selling arms to people, but then also setting them up. And then we've actually, in fact, got a little picture here that's captioned and says, unloading of intercepted arms transport in the port of Marseille. Okay. So it would make sense that traitor is an arms trader. that makes sense with our first mission where he was popping up because those code cards were about arms caches. All right, before we start thinking about what lead to look at next, let's put this in a new pile for us. I want us to look at the information on those two Red Brigade people, one of which was from Turkey. Unfortunately, we did not pursue that. Too much. Jacques Laurent, he had a silver balance, so he's involved in that. Okay, there's the personal files of these people. Okay, so this is from our previous mission. Let's just make sure there's nothing else that we're keen to see. Okay, I think that's all we need to look at for now. All right, so here are our two people. That were part of the Red Brigade in that hotel that we didn't really connect to our operation there. So, Antonio Barzagli, this was the Italian. Observation conducted since 1975 due to press reports on possible contact with the brigade, with the Red Brigade. And then I'm just reading his background history. 1976, he's in contact with RAF people. 1976, he takes 2 trips to Turkey, where he wasn't observed. Then a ship with textiles from Turkey is docking in the same port every 4 months, and the exporter's name is Adulan Altan. And here is Adulan Altan, who was in this hotel with this guy. Almost nothing on him. All we know is his place of birth is in Turkey, and he escaped. So, I mean, like, it's tempting to say, here's our traitor. Like, he's this mystery guy that we have no information on. But we did get information on him, right? And I don't think we wrote it down, but it was on one of our sheets. One of the sheets we just read. So we're going to take a look at Jacques Laurent in a second. But we just read something about this guy's other name, right? Where did I see that? We just read something about Adulan Altan having a Muslim sounding name. Where did we read that? Was it on this card? I believe it was on this card. It was the BKA picked up Wolf. Trying to get into this Berlin. Christian Becker, German Foreign Affairs Consul, found dead. Ask about the silver balance symbol. There's the article. Okay, well that's not it. This guy says they think the traitor's home base is Turkey. That's where this guy, Adulan Altan, is from. But where is... I mean, surely we would have circled it, right? Let's see if it's in one of these files. Okay, there it is. So it was in one of our briefing files. And it says, so I'm going to put on our page on Trader, like, is it Adulan Altan, aka, can you see this? Farid al Asar. Farid al Asar. I'm going to write that down here. Okay, and where does that information come from? Adulan Altan identified as Farid al-Assar, so CIA knows this information, both of whom are suspected of illegal arms trading. Okay. Journalists George Spencer and Jacques Laurent. All right. So I'm going to keep these nearby. I just wanted to remind ourselves, here's more information about Ayudan Altan. Left the hotel before he could be questioned. Whereabouts unknown. Here's where he was staying. In the hotel. And here's our page on Jacques Laurent. Wears a signet ring with a scale symbol. Escaped on train. He interviewed Brigitte Monhaupt in 1976. It would be great if we could find some connection to this guy being in Czechoslovakia in 1974, but we don't have any records of that. At least nothing that I can remember. A few weeks in 1974, okay. Let's put these over here. These are our old files from Mission 2. All right. Our goals of the mission: reveal the traitor's identity, find the target of the planned attack. Okay. Weapon available in 5 days. Attack plan for we don't know. The RAF is ready, so they're going to conduct the attack. They're waiting for the pickup location from the traitor. So that's where these paths cross. Traitor's delivering the weapon. RAF is going to use it to do some terrorist attack. We've got to identify the traitor and then figure out the target of the attack. All right, let's look at the leads we have available to us at this point. We can meet the police investigator of Christoph Becker. This is the suspicious West German foreign official who was found killed. If we have reason to believe that he was killed because of our case, then that might give us some leads. If not, though, it's just a wild goose chase. We can meet with the author of this very useful article in the Zeitung about the traitor. Maybe he's got more information. Peter Henk is his name. I mean, I kind of think if he had more information, he'd put it in the paper. Okay, so those are our two new clues. From the previous page, we can meet with the CIA in West Berlin and just find out what they know. Or we can go to Interpol and find out about these people. Now, if we do think the traitor is that guy, Farid al-Assar, Interpol might have information on that, right? Like they're looking for him. So was that one of the ones that we could have gotten a discount on if we had gotten information? No, 302 and 314. Whereabouts of Ayudan Altan remain unknown. Ugh, that's going to cost us. All right, so I think I'd like to go to Interpol, but does someone have a preference in the chat? You want to go to the CIA first, Interpol, check out the murder of Christoph Becker. I feel like the Christoph Becker, we have no reason to think that's related to us yet. It just seems a little suspicious and it happened a week ago. So the way we play these games is you don't just take shots in the dark if you've got other options. But we could meet with the author of the newspaper, but I feel like, I mean, everything has more information. It just seems like he wrote the newspaper article. He would have published if he had more information. CIA dragged the Americans. We're the CIA. We're the CIA. We're the CIA. Okay, but because we've got someone in the chat, we're gonna do that instead of going to Interpol. But we'll go to Interpol in a minute. But 2:45 has said drag the CIA into it, even though we're the CIA. Okay, so we're gonna meet up the CIA and see what they have to say. That's 311 white. So it's our first white. So we don't check it off just because we go there. First we get the thing and we find out how many marks we have to get. 311. So basically we're going to our friends, more CIA. We're going to our friends at the CIA to see what they know. Okay, so here's something nice. If you can see it, let's do our fancy overlay. All right. So notice it says exposure 0, so we don't have to mark anything off. We get this one for free. And it says, on the desk is the code card and a note with ciphered information regarding the date and location of the meeting with the CIA Berlin unit. You get to work. Okay, so if you've watched the previous playthroughs, if you're watching this and you haven't, that's kind of insane, but okay. So the first phrase up here just confirms that we are using the right code key. Trader hunt. And now we're going to decrypt this. So we're going to write down, this is card 311. Okay, so if you'll remember, a double-digit number means we look up the row corresponding to the first digit. So 69 would be the 6th row, and we go to the 9th thing. So that's a pound sign. Okay, 22, 2 is an F. 24 is 2I. 5, if it's just single digit, then we look up the letter in the code phrase. So we look up in Trader Hunt. So that's an R. 61 is an S. 0 is a T. 1 is an R. 29 is an O. 64 is a W. 2 is an A. 20 is a B. 29 is a O. 63 is a V. 4 is going to be E. 63 is V. 61 is 63 V. 63 is V. 4 is an E. 63 is V again. 61 is S. 69 is number. Okay, so something must have been wrong about that. First row above. Let's retranslate those last 5 letters. I forget where we left off. 63 is V. 4 is E. 63 is V again. 61 is S. 69 is a pound sign. Okay. Well, that's curious. So it says number, first row above vevs. So this is, number is going to mean it's a card. First row above vevs. Is there a vevs here? First row above VEVS number sign? Vevs. First row. Okay, what if the first row are these numbers here? So above the V is a 3. Above the E is a 4. Above the V is a 3. Above the S is a 1. 3, 4, 3, 1. Well, that's not going to be a card because they don't go that high, but that's... Is it, did I do this twice? Is this, did I do VEVE? Did I over-translate that? I think I might have. ABO, where's O? 29. Oh, yes, I did. So there's our O. And then VE, there's above. So then it's actually above 4 is E. So above ends here. There's no VE. There's no double VE. So it's just VS number sign. Okay. So VS number sign, if we look at these numbers above, would be above the V is a 3. Above the S is a 1. And above the number sign is a 9. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 319. Well, quarter 3 says the number sign might be a bookend symbol, like writing stop. That's not a bad idea, but let me tell you how I'm reading it. The first number here maps to a number sign. So as you point out, it does start and end with number sign. But if you look at the lead cards, they're all of this form, number sign, and then some numbers. And we're in mission 3 where most of the leads are 300 leads. So the fact that this is 319 and it says look at the first row, which I'm guessing are these numbers above these letters, V, S, 3, 1, and then above the number sign is a 9. I'm guessing because 319 fits so well with the leads we're in, that's my guess. Now you get, the rules say something about your first lookup is free. then if you get it wrong and you try to look up again and you get it wrong, you have to check off a time clock penalty. So I think 319, yes, but okay, you say file 319, but that's not quite right. Files are here, and they have a different symbol for them. They have this symbol here. See that little S symbol? That little double S? So when something tells us about a file to read, it'll use this symbol. But in this code phrase, it used a number sign. So it means a read card, 319. So let's look up 319. Now, to remind you, when you decrypt something to look something up, it'll say on it where you should have found this card from. So it will tell us, when we look up 319, it'll say you should have found this from 311 if we're right. So let's try 319. Okay. All right, so I see 319. It doesn't say... Doesn't say, but I still think it's right. The files do tell you, but maybe the cards don't. It is white zone. Okay. It gives you the date and location of the meeting with the CIA Berlin unit. And this card, I'm pretty sure this is it. If it's not, we've gone through the matrix. So we're going to assume this is right, that it is 319, until proven otherwise. Let's read this and we'll soon find out if we're wrong. Okay, so exposure +1 in the white zone. Now it makes sense why this code card didn't give us any white zone exposure, because we just got it here. But it looks like a nice, juicy card. So it's a CIA safe house. That makes sense. So we're in the right place. The leader of the unit, Phil Maxwell, a young and confident agent. Can you see this? A young and confident agent opens the door of the apartment where the operational center of the intelligence in Berlin is located. He invites you inside. It's a spacious room with a few desks, typewriters, and a fax machine, piles of documents, and a station for radio communications. The intercepted Soviet message about the traitor, mentioned by Catherine Miller in the briefing, was issued on March 11th. The Berlin unit immediately prepared a list of potential attack targets with direct links to the U.S. Okay, so we know this is the right card because it's talking about that intercept that we started the game with, which is exactly why we went to the CIA here, to get more information about that intercept. Okay, so they're preparing a list of potential targets, and it tells us to get file 333. So let's look at what the CIA has prepared of potential targets in Berlin. There's the report that they've prepared here. Let's come back to this in a second. Let's continue reading our card here. Maxwell's people decoded other intercepted communications in the preceding days on frequencies used by the Soviets. Maxwell hands you the transcription of the calls. Oh, nice. More calls intercepted. File 311. Whoa, they're just full of information. Two-page report on other preceding calls. Okay. So some transcripts that we're going to be able to listen to. So that's going to be fun. Oh, you played Seventh Continent card number fumbles. Yes. Seventh Continent does have little secret numbers. In fact, we did have one case of this game where there was a secret number somewhere on this card. All right, so we've got some intercepted calls that we're going to be able to listen to together in a second. Let's finish reading here first. Maxwell mentions that on March 6th, now remember what March 6th was. You remember what March 6th was, right? March 6th was when that German consulate official was killed or committed suicide. On March 6th, there was a dangerous incident at Checkpoint Charlie, which we can look up, which we neglected to look up before. Checkpoint Charlie border crossing. A man claiming to be a GDR citizen was caught with false documents in the name of Stephen Lang. He was detained on the American side, and a moment later there was a confrontation between the American officials and the Soviet customs officers. Eventually, sorry, I should be showing you this. Eventually, the Americans gave way and the man was released. The specific details of this incident are known by Michael O'Brien, the watch commander. Okay, this is a little overwhelming here. So, on Lead 319, we're told March 6th at Checkpoint Charlie, which maybe we look up now just for fun. I think it's just flavor stuff. Okay, so we've got a man claiming to be GDR citizen. That's our East Germany, right? GDR, East Germany citizen. Caught with false documents. Under the name Stephen Lang. Does that ring a bell to anyone? Doesn't to me. Stephen Lang. Unless that was the other journalist. We've got a report about 2 journalists in addition to Laurent. I'm not sure. Okay, claiming to be Stephen Lang. He was detained. The Soviet customs got angry, and we eventually let him go. And the watch commander, Michael O'Brien, knows more. So we let him go. To the east. All right, so now we're going to flip this over, but I want to remind you before I flip it over of one of the mechanics in this game is occasionally there'll be a little... Occasionally when you flip this over, it gives you a quiz of some silly fact from this page, and if you can't recall it, you check a box. And we don't like that so much, so the sort of compromise I've made is I look at this and see if there's a quiz. And if there is, then I memorize this whole thing. If not, there isn't. Okay, but there isn't, so we're going to flip this over. It's not part of the errata. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Maxwell says that they have potential contact with an informant at the Schonenfeld airport in East Berlin. An employee of a Soviet airline wants to defect to the West. He made contact on March 2nd. Claims that he has valuable information and says that the matter is urgent. The CIA must approach this kind of request carefully. It might be a Soviet setup. Verification has not been carried out. The agency has already prepared false documents allowing you to cross the border to the east as a citizen of West Berlin. Add 2 red foreign marks to the pool. All right, well, here's one. And there isn't any more, and I don't remember if the rules said they're resource limited. I'm going to play that they're not, because otherwise that's a ripoff. Okay. The team gains a puzzle fragment. All right, so let's write down here. 319B. We've got March 2nd. Schonenfeld Airport defector. So like he might know if some bombs being brought in. That might be a clue for us. And we can go see him if we want. Okay, and then we've got 2 puzzle pieces, puzzle fragments. All right, let's do the thing where we put in these puzzle fragments and see if we need them. So we're going to go to the laptop here. And we're going to look at this puzzle fragment. So we go to puzzles. Okay, it looks like there are new puzzles now. Some of these are old puzzles. Alright, so if you'll remember, the 5 symbol puzzles with these 5 numbers are campaign puzzles that you would solve throughout the course of the game. The 4 symbol puzzles are localized to this mission. Okay, so our first puzzle fragment, if you look at it here, first puzzle fragment, where can I put it so you can see it? Okay, first puzzle fragment, the way the rules say is you count how many letters are in the word. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So we're looking for a 7-letter word puzzle. There's our 7-letter word puzzle. Okay, and it says the green box should be a 1. The blue diamond should be a 5. Oops. Okay, and then we've got the second letter is an I. Not very useful at this point. Okay, we're going to click save here. Save correctly. If we ever get this saved incorrectly, we're going to... I feel like I'm saying there's a lot of things we're cheating on, but if it's a complete typo mechanical thing, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, we've got a long word here. It's a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letter word. What have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so here's our 11 letter word. It says green 4. Yellow 1. And what letters do we have? The 4th letter is a W. And then 2 blanks and an A. That is a long word. Okay, well, it doesn't ring a bell to me. If someone in the chat has an idea of what those clues might be, let me know. Otherwise, we just save our temporary progress until we get more fragments. All right, now we've got some more leads here. And how are we marking these? With a big L. All right, so we've got 312 red. Oh, our first red here. Speak with the Schonenfeld airport informant. So we're gonna, that would be us sneaking over. Where's our map of Berlin? Okay, let's take a look at this. So there's Schonenfeld Airport in East Berlin. So we're gonna cross over with false papers that the CIA prepared for us. Head down to the Schonenfeld Airport to meet with our informant. All right, that's one option. What else have we got? A 317 white. Meet watch commander. This is this guy who knows more. This is Michael O'Brien, right? The guy that we just read about knows more about this border crossing incident on March 6th, which was the day our guy got killed. Or we've got another red, 304 red. Listen for current communications of the KGB. So this is go to East Berlin. Listen for current KGB intercepts. So it's a little weird in this mission because the traitor and the terrorists aren't the Soviets. Like, the Soviets could be funding some of it, but, and they might know something about it. All right, so there's our 3 new leads that we could choose from. There was lots of stuff in here, but we've got a whole bunch of files we need to look at now. So let's see what we've got here. And we did card 310B. Yes, okay. All right, so here are the files we just got. Intercepted communications and the threat intelligence report. Oh, so one was the possible places where they think attack might occur. So let's look at these. List of locations endangered by potential terrorist attacks by the RAF. Written by Sylvia Brooks. Tegel Airport, which we can look up on the internet. It's in the French zone, so let's get out our map. It's fun that this mission makes use of this map. It's like a little spatial game. Okay, so the French sector is purple. So one possible target is this airport. Used by international airlines, including American Airlines and Pan Am. Built as an alternative for the smaller Berlin Tempelhof Airport. Main airport in West Berlin since 1975. Main airport in West Berlin since 1975. Okay, the next place is the U.S. mission in Berlin. Oh, look, they're all nicely identified on this map. Okay, so there's the next possible target. Headquarters of the American garrison and the leadership of Berlin Brigade, part of the American Army stationed in Germany. Building is the former headquarters of the Luftwaffe. Interesting. Okay. Next possible attack point, Checkpoint Bravo, which is down here. Southwest of Berlin on the A115 motorway, border crossing between West Berlin and the German Democratic Republic. The crossing is controlled by West Germany. So here's Berlin. Checkpoint Bravo goes where? West Berlin and the GDR. Checkpoint Bravo. All right. I'm not my geography is. Oh, right, because Berlin. It's the whole, all of the GDR is Eastern Bloc. It's just Berlin has got some special divided up neutral stuff. Okay, so it's another checkpoint to get back into East Germany. All right, so that's another possible attack. And then Stanford in Berlin, which is here. Renovated villa, educational facility, foreign affiliate of Stanford University in California. A group of American students is currently residing there as part of a student exchange program for the spring semester. All right, so if we're to believe the CIA report, they've narrowed things down for us to 4 potential targets. We don't know why. Okay, all of these can be looked up, but I'll tell you what, I think, like most of this is flavor text, I'm gonna skip looking these up, except for this one, Stanford and Berlin. Let's just look up and see if it's like a front for CIA. Like CIA did a lot of recruiting in these Ivy Leagues. So let's go to the laptop for a second. And let's just look up Stanford in Berlin. Cold War. Or I guess we could look up 1976 Berlin Wall. Stanford in Berlin. Well, I don't see anything jumping out to me. Study abroad at Stanford. Okay, well, maybe it's just what it says. Foreign educational thing, maybe a good target for a terrorist to hit. All right. 4 possible targets. Okay. All right. Now we're going to listen to some intercepts together. And let's remind ourselves what these were. They decoded other intercepted communications in the preceding days. These are, I see, they're dated February 27th, 28th, March 2nd, 3rd, 6th, the day when that guy was killed and when that incident happened. Make a note of it. March 11th, this was yesterday. All right, let's listen to these together. You remember how this works. I need my headphones so I can hear it with you. We go to the laptop, we go on recordings, and we put in 311.
Мы получили запрос на помощь и проведение встречи. Друзья из Италии, Франции, Германии. Весы тоже. 1 марта. Разрешаете?
Разрешаю.
Мы получили запрос на помощь и проведение встречи. Друзья из... Мы получили запрос на помощь и проведение встречи. Друзья из Италии, Франции, Германии. Весы тоже. 1 марта. Разрешаете?
Разрешаю. Планируйте. Ужин в 5. Подтвердите.
Ужин в 5. Подтверждаю. Конец связи. Ужин в 5. Прием.
Ужин в 5. Говорите.
Гавань готова. Весы будут на месте завтра. Сидоров подберет в Шонефельде.
Принято.
Ужин в 5. Прием.
Ужин в 5. Говорите.
Ужин прошел успешно. Конец связи. Меня беспокоит сантехник красных. Если они будут затягивать конец веревки, то устроят беспорядок.
Хотите подготовить морзилку сами?
Сделаю чисто.
Хорошо. Сообщили красным, что займетесь их делом.
Происшествие на Чарли. Дядя Сэм что-то заподозрил. Пытался огрызаться.
Как конец веревки?
Завязан. Морозилка. Весы просят помощи. Срочная эвакуация для красных на западе.
Чёртовы дилетанты.
Отказать ему?
Обеспечь эвакуацию. Дай понять, что он перед нами в долгу.
Подтверждаю.
All right. So, how cool is that? Those recordings are so cool. All right. Now, what we've learned from previous recordings is they're all speaking in little code. Like they're using euphemisms for things. All right, we have a transcript. We can look at it together. What we just heard was for flavor. That we've got the actual text, which will help us make sense of this a little more. All right. So we're listening to KGB Soviet communications. On February 27th, we're hearing the Soviets talk. We received a request for support and to schedule a meeting. Friends from Italy, France, Germany, Scales as well on March. So they're setting up a meeting. I think this is a terrorist meeting. Scales, we know, is the criminal organization, and these are going to be France and Italy. Italy, if you'll remember, was the Red Brigade, and France was the RAF. Okay, schedule it. Dinner at 5. So dinner at 5 is going to be the code word, code name for this person, I believe, or this project. Dinner at 5 is the operation or something. Okay, so the guy conducting the operation says dinner at 5 over. He says, okay, go ahead and speak. Hafen is ready. I don't know what this is. Hafen is ready. Scales will be in place tomorrow. Citero picks them up from Schoenfeld. Okay, so there's our airport. Right? They're getting picked up from the airport. These sound like two people, Hafen and Citero, but I don't know. Those don't mean anything to me. If you recognize them from somewhere, let me know. Or if they're Soviet words. Okay, and then on March 2nd, he says the dinner's finished. It was a success. Over and out. The mission's finished. It was a success. They did all this. It was a success. The next day he says, I'm concerned about the Reds plumber. This sounds like he's saying, like, I'm concerned about the bomb operator, the guy who's going to set up the bomb. He's saying if they're the ones, if the Reds, which is, I think, does this mean the Red Brigade? This is the Italian terrorist organization. I guess they're both red. Red Army faction is also red. So it could be Red Brigade or RAF. If they're the ones to secure the end, they'll make a mess. He says, do you want to arrange an ice house by yourself? Now, I think when we played Mission 2, there was the Red Sparrow, and I think she referred to ice house was assassination. So I think he's saying you want to organize the killing yourself, and this guy says, yeah, if I do it, it'll be a clean job. He says, okay, tell them that you're taking over. Okay, then we get to March 6th. I'm just going to put ice house of assassination question mark. Okay, then here's our incident. Minor incident at Charlie. This is checkpoint Charlie, which is what we know about, right? That was the incident we read about on one of our cards where they catch a guy trying to get in illegally. What card was that? Was that here? This is the guy, Stefan Lang, claiming to be a GDR citizen. He was detained, then we let him through. Okay, so this is this incident. Uncle Sam, the U.S. was suspicious. He tried to struggle. And the loose end secured ice house. I think this means he was killed. Okay, then on March 11th, which is yesterday, I believe, Scales requests help. We know who that is. That's Jacques Laurent. We think his name is Scales, or it's the whole organization. Urgent emergency transport for the Reds in the West. So it's like they've got to get out of there now. And then they're complaining, amateurs, should I just tell them to fuck off? He says, no, you better get him out of here, but make it clear that he owes us. All right. So let's make some notes here about file 311. So file 311 is Russian intercepts, Soviet intercepts. And we've got a bunch of things we don't know what it is. We don't know what Hafen is about. We don't know who Sidorow is. Hafen and Sidorow. Okay. We know they're talking about this airport, so I'm inclined to go to that lead to talk to the informant at the airport. But we'll talk about that in a second. Right, okay, so let's just complain for a moment about this dilemma of the game. Part of the way this system, Detective Modern Crime board games and Vienna Connection, work when they're so tight on time is they want to reward you for not getting redundant information, for not wasting a lot of time reconfirming what you should have already been able to surmise. So here we are faced with this thing. We can go to Schonenfeld and talk to our informant there, that he's got some information about Schonenfeld Airport. So on one hand, it seems completely logical that now that we know there's something important at Schonenfeld Airport that was smuggled in, a bomb or something, of course we want to go to the airport and get more information from the informant. But you could just as easily make the case that now that we've got this information from a different source that tells us that the bomb was brought in through Schonenfeld, then going to Schonenfeld to talk to the informant is the redundant information that we should be efficient about and not chase down. So it's very hard to actually let that mechanic work of saying don't go when you've got redundant information. Like it's hard to expect people to not go to the most important places because they've got information that because they should have already been able to guess that, because we don't know. We could go there and get new information about the specifics of the bomb that are so critical to us, or we could just get redundant information. But let's see, did they come from the same card? So this card here gave us the intercept that told us Schonenfeld. And where did we hear about the informant? Yeah, on this same card. Okay, so this would be my conclusion about that. If on a very different card and a different path we heard about a Schonenfeld informant, and then on a very different path we read that intercept that mentioned Schonenfeld, then maybe we don't need both pieces of information. But the fact that these are on the same card suggests to me that they're not redundant, that we were supposed to, the game is testing if we notice Schonenfeld here in the transcript. So I say we go do our red danger mission into East Berlin, meet with the informant about Schonenfeld Airport, and see what he knows. Or she. Is everyone okay with that? So we're going to Schonenfeld to talk to the informant there. I'm going to circle this. Okay. So what was our special rule? The special rule was anytime we want to go to a red zone, we have to spend one of these. All right, so I'm going to spend the extra one that we didn't have the resource for. Although I suppose we could look up. I almost don't want to look up whether resources are limited. Tokens are not limited. If you gain more tokens than are available, you use anything. Okay, that's good. Then we're not cheating. All right, so we're spending one of our reds tokens to go to 312. And this could be dangerous for us. All right, we're talking to our informant. Let's see what the informant says here. Exposure +1 in red. So let's go mark a red exposure. And let's read what we've got here. Rolletweg 22 East Berlin. The man is Rutger Huber, an employee of Aeroflot Airlines. He has a wife and 2 daughters. He's had 3 passport requests rejected and lacks the permissions necessary to leave East Berlin. His mother and brother live in West Berlin. They managed to run before the city was divided. Huber lives in a narrow apartment in an old tenement near the Schönefeld airport. You stand at the gate in front of his building and watch the entrance. Unhurriedly, smoking a cigarette, a man comes out, average height, fitting the description provided by Maxwell. You quicken and go by him. When he passes you, you nudge him slightly and say in German, "Sorry, 6 p.m., Altgleneck Park," and then walk away towards a side street. 6 hours later, at Altgleneck Park, Huber kicks his heels and looks around nervously, standing on a small park path. He wasn't followed by anyone. The park is full of kids playing in the snow and teenagers listening to music. You walk up to Huber and start a conversation. Hubert works at Customs, clearing arrivals at Schönefeld Airport. On March 1st at 6:30 p.m., while clearing the passengers from Rome and Paris, he was approached by Gerd Schult, the Stasi officer. This is the German intelligence, the East German intelligence, the bad guys. There was another man with Schult who was well built with Slavic features, who dressed in a brown jacket. Schult told Huber to let 2 passengers pass through without verification, Maurice Couture from France and Stefano Riddi from Italy. The next evening, the men were taking a return flight and were driven to the airport by the man in the brown jacket. All 3 spoke German and looked tired but content. The Frenchman inquired about Jacques, and the one in the jacket just smiled unpleasantly and said that Jacques had other tasks. The man eventually saw them off to the ticket control. That's all Huber knows. He asks if it's enough to secure your help. You shrug your shoulders and walk away. Typical CIA bullshit. He's like, "I'll help you guys out. Can you help me?" And we're like, "Give me all your information, then we'll see what we can do." All right, we better write this down a little bit. So 312B. Okay, so he says March 1st. 2 people let in by Stasi and brown shirt guy. So the Stasi guy's name is Gerd Schult. which we're giving a lead, we can follow him. With Slavic features, there's another guy, Slavic features, well built. In brown jacket. I mean, could this be our trader? We don't know. Okay, so the two people were Maurice Couture from France and Stefano Riddi from Italy. March 1st. Okay, then March 2nd, they go back. Driven by the man in the brown jacket. So they arrive on March 1st. The Stasi guy says, let them in. March 2nd, the brown jacket guy drives them back. They all speak German. They're all tired and content. They ask about Jacques, which we think is probably Jacques Laurent, the scales guy. He has to stay. He's got other tasks. And this was codenamed Dinner for Five, if you remember, which makes me think like there were 5 people at the meeting. So if I look at this again, here's our transcript. Dinner at 5, or dinner at 5. Scales will be in place. That's Jacques Laurent. He says they're people, friends from Italy, France, Germany, and Scales as well. So we saw Maurice Couture from France, Stefano Riddi from Italy. So we've got the French and Italy guy that were there for the meeting. They arrive on March 1st, somewhere in here. And then dinner is concluded, it was success, they go back home. Schonenfeld. Okay, so they were coming to this meeting to help do this plan, whatever this is, we don't know. Stefano Riddi and Maurice Couture. And we don't know who the Slavic gentleman was. And the Stasi guy was escorting them. By the way, if you haven't seen one of the movies I believe that the game recommends, the game has some recommendations for movies to put you in the mood. One of them is a movie I highly recommend called The Lives of Others. The Lives of Others. And I won't say anything about it, but I definitely highly recommend it. It's sort of a slow burn movie set in East Germany, I guess. But yeah, definitely recommend it. All right, let's write down our new lead here. We've got spend $1 to follow Schultz, this Stasi guy. All right, so now I want you to see something here. I want you to note, if you can see, that this is actually says further lead, but this tells us to get a file, not a card lead number. So it's $1 and we're going to get file 312 where we can follow this Stasi guy. Now, we've got $2. 2 of our operations can use dollars. One of them needs dollars. Gain false passports. So the question is, do we want to follow this guy? I am inclined to spend the money and follow him. But unlike Detective Modern Crime board game system, where you had to make decisions right away sometimes, and where traveling was costly, in this game there's no traveling, and there's no need to make a decision right away. So so maybe we put this off for a bit until we want to go to it. Let's look at our other leads we've got left. We can meet and hear more about this incident that happened on March 6th. We can listen to current KGB intercepts. That seems like a scary red zone. We can meet the police investigating the death of Christoph Becker, which also happened on March 6th. It seems like those are related. Like, is that our, like, that guy, that's what happened. He murdered, that person escaping through Checkpoint Charlie on March 6th with a fake ID is the person who killed that embassy official. Okay, so that's going to be the connection there. The person escaping with the false ID was going to be the one who killed Christopher Becker. Yet we still don't know how that connects to our traitor person and this explosion. And then we've got Interpol, which I'm still thinking if we have to find the traitor. Well, I've got two good leads for the traitor, maybe. One is to follow that Stasi guy. Like, maybe the guy in brown is the traitor organizing all this. And maybe Interpol is tracking that Turkish guy. So I think one of those two we do. Any idea from the chat audience what to do? I think maybe we're 2 hours in. Maybe we'll take a little 5-minute break here, and then we'll do one of those leads. I mean, I'm liking this case. I like the I like this map. I like the idea of having to narrow it down, and it's not exactly clear how we're going to narrow it down. But we've got lots more leads to look at. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for 2. We're playing Mission 3 of Vienna Connection. So, I did notice one thing as I was sitting down here. If you look at the transcript, we've got a couple names we don't know, right? This is February 28th. Look what it says. Hafen is ready. Scales will be in place tomorrow. Cicero picks them up from Schoenfeld. So Cicero is surely one of these two people. Like it's either Gerd Schultz, the Stasi guy, or the guy in the brown jacket. Right? I mean, picks them up. That's going to be our people. So maybe we should write down that the guy in the brown jacket is that Cicero. All right. Interpol. White Interpol. We can meet Yellow by Christopher Becker. Blue, the Zeitberg author. No. We can talk to the watch commander about this episode at the checkpoint, which we think is now this incident. So the current KGB intercepts sound very... Sorry, I've been talking and you can't see me. The KGB intercepts, current intercepts, sound very promising. I think that can get us in trouble, but I think that's what I think. And then what were other operations? Gaining false passports. We have no reason to do that at this point. Gain information on the planned bomb attack in Berlin by any means necessary. And we don't have yellow, so we can't do that. Okay, fine. All right, I think we should listen to current KGB intercepts. 304 red, which is on card 319. Go to the CIA counterintelligence safe house in East Berlin to listen for current communications of the KGB. It's fun listening to those communications also, so I think that's what we'll do. All right, 304 red. So we have to pay one of these. That's the special rule. And we're going to go to 304 red, which is going to be dangerous for us, no doubt. Okay, exposure plus 1 red. So I'm marking the red exposure. And let's see what we've got here. Let's read it together. Friedrichstraub, West Berlin, checkpoint Charlie border crossing. There's a queue at the border crossing. The officers have increase the numbers of cars taken for additional examination. In a lockbox under the seat, you've got a hidden gun, a camera, and additional license plates. Another car in front of you is directed to park to the side, and the driver is led to the check-in room. Now it's your turn. A guard walks up, asks for your documents and the reason for your travel. You give him a passport and your travel documents. He takes them and goes to his booth. You see through the window that he's talking to his supervisor, who then makes a call. Another guard asks you to move your car and stop it at the square next to the booth. You wait. Half an hour later, Checkpoint Charlie border crossing. The guard returns with your documents and tells you to have a nice day in East Berlin. You thank him. They open the barrier and you drive across the border. You look in the rearview mirror as the barrier closes and a gray Mercedes leaves the parking area slowly and drives behind you. You drive towards Volkspark, fork off to Lippenherr, turn to Esmerkstrabe, then left to Pastorstrabe, cross Greifswalder, and right to Winstrabe, and then immediately left onto Reberstrabe, and managed to lose the Mercedes. You wait half an hour more, engine turned off. There's no trace of the car. You leave your car, pull out new license plates from the lockbox, and replace the old ones. You start the car and head off to the safe house. All right, let's see if there's a question. There is. Ugh, that's ridiculous. All right, so there's a little quiz. That means it could quiz us about, what if it quizzes us about these crazy places we went? All right, let's just read here. We had to wait a half an hour. The guard walks up, he goes to his booth, he makes a call. We're at Checkpoint Charlie. We drive across the border. There's a gray Mercedes following us. And then we go to all these different places. We switch out license plates. All right, here we go. Let's do the quiz. Look at this ridiculousness. On which street did you manage to lose the gray Mercedes? Lippenerstrabe, Winstrabe, or Rabenstrabe? Okay, so the way this mechanic is supposed to work is we're supposed to guess our answer, and then if we're wrong, check off a box here, which makes the game end sooner. And this is the first quiz that we've had no idea about because we didn't even bother trying to remember that, because I thought there's no way we'll remember those names. So it's just a shot in the dark unless someone in the chat knows the answer to this. I would take the help gladly. I would not feel bad about taking help. All right, if I had to choose, I would choose C, Rabenstrabe. But I'm going to wait a couple seconds in case there's someone in the chat who can help me out here. Maybe one of the designers and writers is in the chat, but they're not going to give me the answer. Anyone? I'm just trying to remember what name we heard last. I did read them all. I'm just going to go with C. On which street did he lose the gray Mercedes? Okay. So he makes all these turns, immediately left onto Rabenstrabe, and manages to lose the Mercedes. So we got that right, very luckily. I don't love that as a mechanic. Like, thematically, I buy it. I buy that, like, it's testing your ability to remember, which could be important for a spy. But the idea of losing one of the precious turns because you can't remember that, and if you had to remember every card, every detail, that's just craziness. Okay, let's continue reading here. You knock at the door of an apartment in the tenement on Normenenstrabe. An old woman opens the door and lets you in. Without saying a word, she leads you to the kitchen and shows you a trap door in the ceiling. You climb up the ladder to a narrow room in the attic. The room contains a small table, a station with a radio and headphones, a chair, and a rack with broken shelves. You put on the headphones and start going up and down through the frequencies until you find a conversation in Russian. So we've got a little mathematical puzzle here. All right, let's do it. So this is card 304B. And you can see the sequence here. It goes 55, 67. Is that 134? 134, 146, 292, and then XXX. Okay, well, I see something we've seen before. The 67 and 134 are doubles of each other, right? 67 times 2 is 134. And 146 and 292, same thing. So double, double. And then here's another pattern. 55 to 67 is a 12 gap. 134 to 146 is a 12 gap. So that would suggest to us that add 12, this add 12, and then this add 12. So 304 would be adding 12. Plus 12 would make that 304. Right? 55 to 67 is a plus 12. 134 to 146 is a plus 12. 292 plus 12 is 304. It's a bit of over-determined. Like, we don't even need to know this doubling thing. Okay, well, this would be file 304 then. 12, 12, 12. All right, let's look up 304 and see if we're right. Okay, so here's what we were saying before. I guess I'll go down here. It says access from card 304. So that's what we're on. We're on card 304. That confirms that this was correct. Look, it's the same number. Kind of crazy. All right. Let's see what we've got in this, what this intercept that we've now got. All right, we get to listen to it. Let's listen to it and then we'll read the transcript. I guess you can't really see me while you listen to it. 304. All right, here we go.
Весы беспокоятся, запрашивают новый адрес.
Скажите, что все готово. Мы передвигаем доставку.
Статус?
Доставка в процессе.
Место доставки?
Убежище в Кельтове.
Следующие шаги?
Поднять ложную тревогу в Калифорнии. Отвлечь дядю Сэма от цели.
Устрою утечку о школе. Что-нибудь про богатых детей. Пусть присматривают.
Подтверждаю. Пусть занимаются школой.
I have to say, the recordings are, I mean, the files aren't maybe my favorite part, but the recordings are so fun. The listening to the foreign language talking and them using obfuscated terms, it's so satisfying. Let's listen to it again and then we'll look at the transcript.
Весы беспокоятся, запрашивают новый адрес.
Скажите, что все готово. Мы передвигаем доставку.
Статус?
Доставка в процессе.
Место доставки?
Убежище в Кельтове.
Следующие шаги?
Поднять ложную тревогу в Калифорнии. Отвлечь дядю Сэма от цели.
Устрою утечку о школе. Что-нибудь про богатых детей. Пусть присматривают.
Подтверждаю. Пусть занимаются школой.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. All right. Let's look at the transcript and see what we can make of this. So these are recent intercepts. I guess he's listening to it live, right? That's the story here. Like, we just walked into this CIA station house and we're scanning and we just heard this. So this is current. All right, so look. Let's look down at this. All right. So Scales is anxious. So Scales is Jacques Laurent, who we know, or the organization. So they're saying there's a request for passing a new address. They're saying let's change the target of this attack. So change target location. Pretty sure that's what he's saying. Okay, and this guy's saying, tell them we're going to move it. He says, okay, it's in transit. This is March 12th, we think. Today is March 12th. Okay, where is it going? To a safe house in Teltow. And we're allowed to look up Teltow. So now, where is Teltow? We're going to have to look that up. But I want you to notice something. Raise the false alarm in California. Draw Uncle Sam's attention away from the target. So they're saying it's not really going to be in Stanford, California. That's the branch of Stanford in Germany, in Berlin. So they're saying, the KGB is saying, plant this fake intelligence that will make us think it's here. So we know we've just ruled out one of the possible 4 targets. Of course, we don't know exactly what the target is, but they're moving it to a safe house in Teltow. When we're going to look up Teltow now and see if that gives us some clue. So let's look up Teltow, Berlin, and see if we can't get a location on this. Maybe we can get a map of it. So there's Teltow. right here. There's Berlin up there. Does that mean we think it's down here somewhere? Anything else on this map help us locate it? Can we look up? I wonder if we can get directions from Telltale to Berlin, Tegel Airport. Will it give us that? Okay. So can you guys see that okay? I guess I gotta take myself off it. Up top here we have Tegel. This is where the airport would be on our top-down map. And Telltale is almost due south. Past Berlin. Okay. If that's true, take a look. If there's Tegel, and we go due south past Berlin, and they've planted false leads that it's in Stanford, then it basically tells us that it's in one of these two. Right, like if the safe house, it looks like maybe the safe house would be close enough to both of these. So like maybe the safe house is over here somewhere. So if they move the weapon to the safe house, then it's either the U.S. mission in Berlin or Checkpoint Bravo, if we believe it's one of these four. If we believe it is one of these four, which I take the game to be telling us it is. So I think we can rule out Tegel Airport. Now the fact that this guy was killed at the... I think we're going to have to look at this this consulate member who was killed again to find out if he was killed at the mission, because that would suggest that that might be the target. And what was Checkpoint Bravo? What was so important about Checkpoint Bravo? Border crossing between West Berlin and German Democratic Republic, controlled by West Germany. I mean, we're allowed to look this up. Let's look it up just for the fun of it. I don't... Checkpoint Bravo. Checkpoint Bravo was the name given by Western allies to the main Autobahn border crossing between West Berlin and the GDR. It's located on the motorway. Not very exciting. Let's look up Telltale again. Distance to Berlin city center is 17 kilometers. I mean, I'm assuming that they moved it to a safe house near where they're gonna bomb, but that makes sense, right? I mean, you don't want to have to drive far. Every mile you have to drive some weapon or bomb, the more risk you have. All right. Well, that was pretty cool, I thought. So, my working theory is it's one of these, Checkpoint Bravo or the U.S. mission in Berlin. We haven't had any way to get information about the Checkpoint Bravo, but what is the... Let's look at that event that happened on March 6th. So the guy was killed, and then someone was escaping through Checkpoint Charlie. And not only that, but look how it was described in the transcript. He says, minor incident at Charlie, Uncle Sam was suspicious, and the loose end secured Ice House. And again, we think Ice House from Mission 2 means killed. So loose end, that would be how you would describe someone who like maybe is an inside connection who's making it possible for them to attack the embassy, and now they just kill him off so that because he's a loose end they don't want him revealing anything. Okay, I want to find out, I want to confirm if that person is really connected to the U.S. mission in Berlin. So Christopher Becker was on card 310. Okay, let's look at this card again. Cruz doesn't know if it's relevant. Cruz doesn't know if it's relevant. But on March 6th, Christoph Becker, a German Foreign Affairs official, was found dead. He worked as a representative at the U.S. Mission Berlin. U.S. Mission Berlin, he's a loose end. He was killed by this group. Here's the only dilemma we have. This is fascinating. Okay, here's the dilemma. I believe the pieces are all connected as we suspect. This guy was killed who worked at the U.S. mission in Berlin. He was killed to clean up this loose end by the same group that's planning this attack. Now here is our dilemma. We've just read the transcript from today from the KGB saying that Scales is nervous and wants the location changed. So doesn't that logically tell you that the planned attack was originally the U.S. mission? They kill the guy at the U.S. mission to tie up the loose end, make it look like suicide. But then there's an incident at Checkpoint Charlie while the murderer is trying to escape. And now that's what led to this latest thing where Scales is anxious. There's a request for passing a new address. We're moving the delivery. Delivery's in transit. Where? At Safe House in Telltale. So this is where you get to where you're thinking like, is the game clever, or are you reading too much into it? Like, it's clear they were going to attack the embassy, but now have they changed it? Or am I over reading into that latest KGB thing, and are they just saying that they're moving it to a new safe house, but they're still going to attack the same place? Have they moved the target, or have they moved the storage location? Now I'm not so sure. I was initially sure that they had moved the target, and so the original target must have been the U.S. mission, which would now leave us only with Checkpoint Bravo. But now I'm not so sure that they're moving the target. Maybe they're just moving... There's a request for passing a new address. Everything's arranged. We're moving the delivery. Delivery's in transit. It's in a safe house. You'd still have to guess it was Berlin, and maybe they just want it moved. But then... Okay. All right, we're making very good progress about where the bomb is going to be, which is part of our mission, find the target of the planned attack. But we've lost the trail of the traitor. So now I think we go to Interpol, we try to track down the traitor a little bit. So this is going to cost us. Interpol is 318 white. Well, we do have marks on white, so let's do that. 318 white. Is everyone okay with that, or does anyone have any new suggestions? I would love to hear your theories about whether they've changed the target location for the attack or just changed the storage location for the weapon based on that latest KGB transcript, because I think that answer to that tells us whether it's at the U.S. mission or not. All right, let's read 318. So 318 says to check a white zone. So there's one white zone. And this 318 was one of these special ones, I believe. Nope, I got that wrong again. 302 and 314. All right, 318. Let's read it together. Drachenstraub, 23, West Berlin, CIA safe house. On the desk lies the newest report from Interpol sent over by fax. The document lists the most important elements from investigations in several countries that may be linked to the traitor's case. In France, there's an ongoing search for Jacques Laurent, who vanished into thin air after the events at Innsbruck. Additionally, on February 12th, the French police, captured an illegal weapons shipment of the men on the vehicle transporting the weapon that had a coin. Sorry, let's read that again. Additionally, on February 12th, the French police captured an illegal weapons shipment. One of the men on the vehicle transporting the weapons had a coin with a balance scale symbol. On March 9th in Italy, Antonio Barzagli was arrested. He was questioned about his association with the weapons trader Farid al-Assar. That's our prime suspect. Meanwhile, the Berlin police inform you about an incident in the warehouses at Gerwitzstraub in the Stieglitz district, an area of gang activity, illegal weapons sales, and a flourishing drug trade. Files of people that are under Interpol investigation. And we've got access to 4 files and a puzzle fragment. I like this dual track thing where we're finding where the weapon is being deployed and we're searching for the traitor. 318. This is Interpol. We're going to get a bunch of leads. We got some files and we've got puzzle. Just marking this so we remember this. All right, let's get the files and then we'll do the puzzle. Okay, so file 302 is 1 page. File 318, 1 page. File 319, 1 page. And 309, 1 page. Okay, so we got 4 files from Interpol about the people they're watching. We'll look at that in a second. Let's do this puzzle. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 word puzzle, 6 letter puzzle. All right, let's go to the game here. We're looking for a 6 letter puzzle. I think this is the one we already know it is, but we do have this. So it gives us the letters we already know, but it gives us the blue number that we didn't know. So now we've got all the numbers. The game is very unclear about whether those numbers matter, what effect they have, whether you have to get them. It's a very odd system. It may be that it's used to know that we've looked at this card. It's very weird. It's confusing. It doesn't matter. We already knew the answer to that puzzle, but now that we filled out a number, maybe that has some effect. And we saved it. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's write down our new leads, and then we'll look at these files. Okay, so we've got 303 white is French police about illegal weapons. So on this card it says the French police captured an illegal weapons shipment with the scale symbol. So maybe they'll tell us where they captured it, more details. This is on February 12th is when this capturing took place. Okay. Then we've got a 314 white. This is CIA Rome. Info on Barzagli arrest. So Barzagli in Italy. This is Italy, March 9. So like we've got transcripts around before March 9th and after, but nothing happening on March 9th. So on March 9th in Italy, Barzagli was arrested, questioned about his association with the weapons trader. All right. And then 313 yellow is Berlin police regarding the incident in Gerolzstraße. And let's see, what was that again? It says, meanwhile, the Berlin police informed you about an incident in the warehouses at Gerolzstraße in the Stieglitz district, an area of gang activity, illegal weapon sales, and a flourishing drug trade. Warehouse at Gerolzstraße in the Stieglitz district. Gerolzstraße, Stieglitz district. I mean, it's something in Berlin. Now, this is a bit breaking the rules in the sense that there's no internet thing, but I think we should take a look at how close Teltow, Germany, where the safe house in the transcript is, to Gerolzstraße. Pretty close. I think 14-minute drive. Pretty close. All right, well, we don't have to decide that yet. Let's look at these files we got from Interpol. And we got a lot more information about Farid al-Assar. Some more information about George Spencer, Jacques Laurent, and Antonio Barzagli. All right, let's start here. Stocky, short black hair. He's got a wife and son. More of a tailor shop in Italy. 1970 to 75, he traveled abroad, mainly to import textiles to his tailor shops, but also to meet individual clients in Paris, Berlin, and Rome, among others. Remember that we got that little piece of information that the trader was in Czechoslovakia for a couple weeks in 1974. So Czechoslovakia isn't mentioned here, but this could be, it says among others, so that could be him. He's in contact with pro-communist groups, including Stefano Ritti, which we heard about from the Brigade Rossi, and Hans Krupke, suspected of being an RAF member. So I wonder, Hoffen is ready. Where did we hear about Stefano Ritti? Is that the person? Yeah, that was the two people who came in. Was Stefano Ritti and Maurice Couture. Okay. So we know, he came in. In 1976, he started traveling to Turkey. 2 trips were reported that same year. He was getting shipments sent by Adulan Altan. Informants say they didn't have any information on shipments from Turkey. And since 1977, he's been under constant observation. Hans Krupke. We haven't heard that name. All right, next. Here's another file on Jacques Laurent. Often wears a signet ring with a balance scale symbol. Born in France. Journalist person. Travels extensively through Europe as a writer for La Vie de la Europe. Possible contacts with representatives of RAF. He was in Monachium in 1972 during a bomb attack in front of the police station. He resided in the city as a correspondent. A few days before the attack, he had published an article about the RAF referring to the organization's actions in a neutral manner. In subsequent years, his journalism career focused mainly on the activities of the RAF and similar activist groups. On multiple occasions, he interviewed imprisoned leaders of pro-communist groups in Europe. He was suspected of conveying information between the prisoners and group members on the outside. From January to March, he resided in London as a journalism lecturer at the University of London. After receiving positive evaluations from students, he was offered a permanent job at the university, but he declined. In 1976, he interviewed Brigitte Monhaupt while she was in prison. So it sounds like he is sort of a conduit of information, but probably not our big shot trader. Okay, next. George Spencer. Now that name is familiar, but I don't remember exactly where we saw it. He's also a journalist, and he has a silver pin on his jacket lapel. Data obtained from London Reporter's Office and surveillance conducted in Vienna. I think this is the guy, if you remember from Mission 1, the prosecutor handed information to someone with a silver pin. I think it's this guy. Okay, so he was born in Brighton, where I lived for a year, in England. Graduated journalism from King's College. He's a journalist, foreign correspondent, works for the London Reporter. He traveled across Europe from February 1974 to November 1974. He wrote articles from Spain, France, Italy, Austria, Netherlands, GDR, and FRG, among others. Again, this does not pinpoint his 1974 Czechoslovakia. In 1976, he published articles about police efforts to combat criminal organizations in various European countries. Using information gathered during his 1974 travels, he interviewed police officers and gang informants. In 1977, he was seen in Vienna. He made contact with prosecutor Claudia Lynn. That's what we were saying, where she gave him information. Okay. So far all the Scales gang have all been journalists. But here is the one we really care about. Farid al-Assar. slim with black hair. He's got a V-shaped scar on his cheek. Born in Turkey in 1940. So he's in his 30s. Higher education, international trade at University of Ankara. Owner of the companies Kizil Industries, which does textile production. Denizex, international forwarding, and Labrax, a net of agricultural machinery parts production, including multiple manufacturing parts. Textiles, forwarding, whatever that is, and agricultural machinery parts. He resided in Syria from 1950 to 1964. Syria is troublesome. During this time, he received the scar on his cheek. So somewhere between 1950 and 1968, he's got a scar. In 1970, he went back to Turkey and set up Labrax. He got a government contract for the production of gears for agricultural machinery. In 1973, he bought a local freight forwarding firm, changed its name to Denizex, and began operating as an international forwarding agent. Then we don't know anything about 1974, which is too bad because we were hoping we were going to get a clue about him. In 1975, he was seen meeting Hans Krupke in West Berlin. Krupke is suspected of being a RAF member. After the meeting, he goes back to Turkey. From that moment on, he figured on the Interpol terrorism watch list, as he was considered to have potential dealings with the illegal arms trade in Europe. On February 19th, he was seen at Innsbruck at the Schönengarten Hotel. That was from Mission 2. On February 22nd, he was observed at the Tempelhof Airport in West Berlin. Okay, February 22nd, he's at Tempelhof. Tempelhof Airport is not on our map. February 22nd. And the airplane that our other two came in on was February 29th or so. So he had time. He could have gone to this airport to meet these people, and then the other airport, Schönefeld, later in the month. On February 23rd, a CIA informant reported seeing a Turkish citizen with a distinctive scar on his cheek near the West Hotel in West Berlin. February 23rd. Nothing happened on the 23rd. Okay. And then we've got another lead we can chase down. So this was card 318. So let's mark here file 302 led to another lead. This lead is, can you see this? This lead is verify the possible sighting. So it's 302 blue. Verify Farid al-Assar at West Hotel. Okay, 302. 302 is one of our special things that if we had done something different on the previous game, we would have made this cheaper. So this could hurt us. This could be like a double exposure in blue. But so let's just get these here. I mean, this guy remains our most tempting possibility for the traitor. I think we would agree. No one in the chat to help me out here. He seems our most tempting person to be doing this arms, to be being the traitor person. Or it's a red herring, and he's the arms trader. He's selling stuff to terrorists. But he may not be the traitor. But if he's our best suspect for that, he is the most mysterious person, then it seems like we have to chase down every lead about him. But this is a weird thing. This just says, like, verify that he was sighted in this West Hotel on February 23rd, which we have no... There's nothing special about February 23rd to us that I can remember. It would be useful to keep a separate page with dates. Let's look at our note about trader notes. Speaks French. Okay, any evidence about this guy speaking or not speaking French? Don't know, but he's got higher education. He's spending all his time in Syria and Turkey, though. Where did he learn French? Visited Czechoslovakia in '74. We've got no evidence of what he's doing in '74. Well educated. Maybe a member of the Silver Balance. I mean, surely it's not Jacques Laurent. All right. So I think we don't know. I think we do this. Maybe he's spotted with a brown jacket. Then we connect him up with the guy we saw at the airport in the brown jacket. Like, let's do this. It's going to cost us, though. So let's do this 302 blue. It hurts me that we don't get the discount for this because we completely wasted our final report in Mission 2 due to no fault of our own, I think. But that's debatable, I guess. 302 blue. Okay, so 302 blue is a 1 exposure. So it is only 1, but it would have been free if we had done it differently. Last game. Let's read this together. Walsroder, Straub, West Berlin, West Hotel. Is there anyone who knows Germany a little bit in the chat that can tell us why everything is Straub? Like, what is Straub? Is that town? Street? It must be street. Is that what it is? It's a street. Straub must be street. Okay. Let me know in the chat. The hotel lobby smells of cigarette smoke, cleaning supplies, and perfume. You walk to the front desk, show your ID, and you rent a room for 1 night. When the desk clerk reaches for the key, you pass her a bill and mention that you're facing a boring evening and that you particularly enjoy gossiping with the employees about other hotel guests, especially those with the Turkish passports. You assure her that you are a very generous tipper when you receive good service. The desk clerk nods her head in understanding and hands you a key. Less than an hour goes by before the first person is at your door. It's a housekeeper, and she closes the door behind her, sits at the coffee table, and tells you that there was recently a Turk who stayed for over a week. But he didn't want his room to be cleaned. When she was sweeping the corridor, she saw him carrying a stack of papers in his room and thought that they looked like building blueprints or floor plans. Maybe he was an architect or a construction manager. After he left, when she was cleaning his room, she found burnt papers in the bin, but the fragments were far too destroyed to be read. There were also a lot of full ashtrays, dirty dishes, stains, and empty cigarette packs, both German and Russian. He was probably hosting parties in his room. She says she can tell you a lot more about other hotel guests, but you thank her and give her a tip. So blueprints for buildings. Again, this suggests the U.S. mission rather than Checkpoint Bravo as a target. All right, let's peek in it, see if it's a quiz. It's not, so we're just going to turn it around and read it. All right. A little later, a waiter from the hotel restaurant knocks on your door. He brought food and alcohol to the room where the Turk was staying. He witnessed several people, men and women, leaning over a table and plotting something. But they shut the door on him before he could get a good look at what they were working on. He suspects that they were from the military because he saw the word mission written on one of the documents. Clearly, they were planning something. When you ask what language they spoke, he says German. Finally, the desk clerk comes to your door and says that the Turk introduced himself as Adolan Altan. He was renting a room from February 27th to March 5th. Quite a long time, but he barely left his room. He was visited by many people, though mostly suspicious-looking Germans, Soviets, and also one British man. The guy at the embassy, the inside man that they killed off. She asked Altan once if he had made himself an office in his room, but he just stared at her without saying a word and gave her a huge tip. She asked no further questions. Wow, that did not really help us. Alright, the only thing it told us is how long he booked his room for. So this is 302B, the West Hotel, and what name did he give? Altan, aka Farid Al-Assar, and he booked from February 27th to March 5th. Well, that's still a week ago, but remember that the exit and the event at Checkpoint Charlie and the murder of that guy happened on March 6th. So it makes sense that he stayed and then he was the guy who evacuated on March 6th. He was also visited by an American, British. That's going to be the inside man that they killed off. But unfortunately, we got no information about what he was wearing, and they spoke German. No, and he met all types. No help confirming the facts that would tie him to the traitor. We haven't heard him speak French. We have not found where he was in 1974. That's troublesome. Hans Krupp, his name has come up a couple times. All right. Well, that's done. Oh, we have a puzzle. Almost missed that. Let's see. It's a 7-letter puzzle. go to the laptop here. There's our 7-letter puzzle. Green 1, we already have that. But yellow 3. I believe that's a 3. Yellow 3. And the 4th letter is S. So remember, this is a 4 symbol, so we have to be able to guess this. We have to get this before the end of this mission. It's not much point trying to guess it before the end of the mission because we may get more pieces, but it could be kind of fun. So we also need this one. Here's another 4 that we're going to have to figure out. And another, oh, that's our other one. So we've got 2 that we have to figure out. That's a long word, or it could be a combination of words, but W8, that should be guessable. Let's look at some of these things some of his companies. Kizel Industries, no. Labrax, Denizex. Kizel, K-I, no. Well, okay, don't see anything. All right, we will return to that. Is this our guy? Like, what is he doing traveling around so much if he's just an arms dealer? Does he have to make these deals in person? All right. Well, we still got time. We've got a bunch of red places. Do we need to start doing this yet? No, because we have no yellow. We have to figure out how to get yellow. And yellow is law enforcement and criminal underworld. So maybe we need to think about going to a yellow place to get some yellow tokens. What yellow clues do we have? Leads. We've got, we can meet the police investigator of Christoph Becker, who we think is murdered. That's useful. That's a yellow. We can go to spend $1 to follow the Stasi guy. I do want to do that. We've got a yellow Berlin police involving the incident at the warehouse. That's also tempting. That was based on our Interpol. We only got one more yellow we can do before we have to start checking off Men in Black. Well, any thoughts from the audience about what? I think we do a yellow because if we're going to get any of these resources, it might be from a yellow place. All right, let's do a little bit more investigating about this guy who was killed in the U.S. mission. Although I feel like we know where this is going. I feel like he was an inside guy and they killed him off. So I feel like we don't need more proof of that. But what if we get like a witness statement about the person he saw him talking with? And then we could try to track that down with our guy, the trader. And then there's also the newspaper article guy, which is like all of these other leads are tangentially maybe related to the trader. The option to go talk to the article writer guy, like the article is about the trader, right? So well, here's a little fun thing. So the newspaper article is from February 26th. So our option is to meet with the author. And it's now 2 weeks later. So maybe in those 2 weeks, it says the investigation continues, this guy's investigation. So maybe, I mean, so there's a chance it's been 2 weeks that he has gotten more information about this trader. So on one hand, we're trying to track down the trader, but the other hand, we want to find out where the attack was. If we think from that KGB intercept that they've just changed the staging location, storage location for this bomb, then we know it's the U.S. mission from the blueprints, from the architecture. But if we think they changed the target, then it's Bravo. If I had to guess now, I would guess they haven't changed the target. They just changed the location. Okay, here's a theory for you. We read the transcript, right? And it said the guy, Scales was nervous, and he wants, and we thought that's why they want to change the location, right? Like, sorry, let me back up. The theory I had was that when they killed the U.S. embassy guy, the U.S. mission guy, the British, probably the British guy, they killed him and then they got caught going through the checkpoint Charlie, but then he did escape. I thought, okay, that's what he's nervous about, and that's why in the KGB transcript, he's saying there's a request for changing the address. Delivery's in transit. Where is it going? Okay. So I was thinking he got nervous that they'll figure out they were going to bomb the U.S. mission, so change the target location. But then we were talking about, does it mean change the target location or change storage location? But what if it's not the getting caught at the checkpoint that's made him nervous and changed the address? What if it's this warehouse thing where that's where they were storing it, and that's the incident that caused them to move it? If that's the case, then it would make more sense that they're moving the storage location rather than the target. So, but again, this is why, this is this part about this game that is so conflicted. If that's a good theory, then maybe we shouldn't be reading that lead. And if that's our best guess, then should we be avoiding the lead that we have to pay for that just confirms that guess? Like if we read about the warehouse, are we just going to read that it was sort of discovered and that's why they have to move? Or are we better off just assuming that we're right about that and spend our time in areas that we're not right about? So I am going to make the case that we can make a guess about what they're trying to bomb, that they're going to bomb the U.S. mission. So that's what I would bet on now. So if so, and I'm not saying we don't nail that down more, but if so, then finding out who the traitor is might be our higher priority. And how could we do that? Where's our Interpol? Contact the French police in regard to the captured illegal weapons ship. France search for Laurent, who disappeared. French police captured an illegal weapons shipment. Some of the weapons had the balance scale symbol. That's going to be surely that guy's symbol. March 9th in Italy, Antonio Barzagli was arrested. He's questioned about his association with the weapons trader Farid al-Assar. So he's questioned about his association with the weapons trader Farid al-Assar. We can contact the CIA's delegation in regards to information on his arrest. So that could give us more information about Farid al-Assar. Who was the person killed? Christoph. I think I want to talk to the newspaper article writer to get some information about the traitor. Maybe he can give us another clue that we can tie in and help us identify who it is. So that's 315 blue. We've already filled up the blues. So we'd have to take a man in black. We've got a bunch of reds we can still check. Maybe we should do reds first. Are there any reds left? And if not, why not? There's yellows. That's really weird that there aren't reds for us. There's 3 more check boxes, and we've got 3 more tokens. All right. I'm not ready to check off a man in black by going to that place. I'd rather find a red. So I'm going to change my advice to saying that we follow the Stasi guy. See if we can line it. See if we can find more information about the man in the brown jacket. So it's card 312B. Request the surveillance of Gerd Schultz. Spend $1 and then go to file 312. So I'm going to spend $1. And we're going to open file 312 and hope that it doesn't get us an exposure. Oh, look at this. Here's another punishment for mission 2. All right. Report from the observation of Gerd Schultz. 7:54, subject leaves the building of the Ministry of State Security, gets into his car and leaves. He stops a few streets away in front of a hardware shop, buys a rope and roll of duct tape, gets into his car and leaves. 8:25, he stops a few kilometers away at an abandoned electrical wiring plant. He talks to 2 men at the entrance and gives them a roll of banknotes. All 3 of them go inside. 8:30, the building's windows are covered with planks. A light shines through one of them. In one of the rooms is a chair with a man tied to it. Next to the chair lies a jacket with the Tegel Airport logo. Gerd Schultz is alternately punching the man's abdomen and asking him questions. Several unidentified persons are also in the room. Intervention is impossible. Was this our airport where we talked? Are they beating the guy that helped us? I think that's what's happening. They're beating the guy that gave us information. Gerd Schultz is alternately punching the man's abdomen and asking questions. The 2 men who let Schultz in earlier go out to patrol. A fragment of their conversation was heard. It concerned the Checkpoint Bravo border crossing. Further observation is impossible. Tells us to read 308. And then if the team wrote, Finn Taylor is grateful for the SAD team's help. So this is the guy, Finn Taylor is the guy that got falsely accused of murder in mission 2. And we chose not to exonerate him. So we did not write that down. Let me just verify that. Yeah. So if we had helped him, we would have gotten one of these yellows, which would let us do some of these operations. And that's really a shame. Okay, and it gave us a new lead. So let's write this down. File 312. It's so strange because we did so well on mission 2. Like we got all the puzzle things. Feels like we wrapped everything up. We sort of maxed out that mission. But then when it came to the questions, the final report decisions, we chose things I thought logically but they were just redundant. They were things like they gave us stuff we already had, even though they seemed so logically useful. And if we had chosen the other sort of ancillary things, we would have gotten benefits for this mission. But okay, I'm just sour grapes. Okay, so file 312. So we got read 308. Read number 308. And then we have a lead here, which I'm using blue for. 301 white, which is examine checkpoint Bravo. Well, now we've got a checkpoint Bravo. Well, let's read 308 before we make any decisions here, but I'm not happy about this pulling us in towards checkpoint Bravo or the mission. All right, 308. Oh, look at that. Operation Free the Captive. Free the Tegel Airport employee captured by the Stasi. Cost 2. Required resources. We need to spend at least 1 red. And then we can spend money, yellow, or red to make up the extra 1. And that would free him. So he's the guy that we talked to that gave us information. Well, if you've been watching me play through the first 2 missions, where I left the CIA guy in jail and didn't chase after arresting the other people, except once I made a mistake on mission 1. I arrested that opera singer because I wasn't paying enough attention that she was just in between. So I hate to do it to you, but I am not going to rescue that airport worker guy. I'm not going to spend the stuff for him. I got other uses for it, I think. All right, so we got 308. Free the captive. $312B. $312B has an errata. Did we already look at that? Rutger's surname is Huber. $312B. That's the one about this guy who helped us. I don't even see Rutger. His name is Huber. Rutger Huber. His surname is Huber. I don't understand why that's an errata. Seems pretty clear. His name is Rutger Huber. Alright, doesn't matter. It's not important. Examine checkpoint Bravo. File 312. Well, we have a white box we can go to. A fragment of their conversation was heard. It concerned the checkpoint Bravo border crossing. Well, I suppose if we've narrowed down the attack to 2 locations, the U.S. mission, which I think is the target, or checkpoint Bravo, here we've got a lead to help us resolve one of them. It seems like that would be a place to go. Let's see what other white we have. We've got a white, that's the illegal weapons captured by the French police. We've got a meet with the detective investigating the guy who was trying to escape under the false name. Do we think that's the traitor? Or do we think that the guy who escaped was in our KGB We can talk to Barzagli arrest and find out what he knows about the trader. We can talk to, there's a lot of white clues. We've got 3 more red checkboxes. How do we open up more red places to go? Any thoughts from the audience? Let's take a 5-minute break and chew on this. All right, so I will see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Mission 3 of Vienna Connection. And I was hoping someone was going to come in the chat and give me some good thoughts. I'm really settled on this idea now that they didn't change the location of what they're going to bomb, but only where they were storing it, which means it has to be the U.S. mission, I think. So I'm feeling like let's look at this transcript. Scales is anxious. There's a request for passing a new address. Everything's arranged. We're moving the delivery. Delivery's in transit. Place of delivery. Safe house. Yeah, they're changing the place of delivery where they're going to deliver this weapon, this bomb. They're not changing the target, which means the target is going to be the U.S. mission. Okay, let's stay with that for a second. When asked if he knows the traitor, the suspect smiled and said, silver coin with balance scale. Maybe he's saying he doesn't speak French. Oh, but the other information about the trader says he does. Waiting for a pickup location from the trader. Courier on the way. It also makes more sense as a target, the mission, rather than a checkpoint Bravo. Although they've identified it as a... I mean, there must be buildings at the checkpoint. There's 3 red marks. I want to... I mean, we could free this guy if we have no better use for those reds, but... We've got a yellow free and a white free. Alright, let's look at what our yellows are. Berlin police regarding the incident involving illegal... This is the... incident where an area of gang activity, illegal weapon sales, flourishing drug trade. An incident in the warehouses. Yeah, that's going to be where they were hiding that in the warehouse and they had to move it. Fine. Why is scale so involved? Maybe that's just the operation. It's not a person. It scales the organization. I'm going to do it. I'm going to talk to the newspaper guy. It's going to mark a man in black, but I just feel so like I can't help myself. I want to do it. So 315 blue. I'm checking a man in black because oh, sorry. That's not right. First we talk to him and then we see how much exposure he tells us. 315 blue. We're meeting with the author of this article on the trader. Which article? File 307. This article on the Berliner Zeitung. Let's read this one more time. A king of the demi-world or a gangster legend. When I started to investigate the movement of gangs in Germany and Europe a few weeks ago, my attention was drawn to an enigmatic pseudonym that was constantly referenced by informants, repeated like a mantra: traitor. Who was he? What were his goals? Where did he acquire resources and contacts? To fully understand the actions of criminal organizations over the last few years, one must find the answers to these questions. The mysterious symbol of a silver balance scale began to appear in Europe around 1975. Batches of weapons marked with that symbol were found in Spain, France, and Italy. Austrian gangsters swore it was the traitor who identified the targets of break-ins or contract killings. French far-left organizations claimed it was the traitor who helped them single out targets for political kidnappings and planned bombings. Guns, rifles, and explosives were transported by land and sea to Europe from Turkey, the likeliest location for his headquarters, and probably the region from which the enigmatic figure originates. An informant from Czechoslovakia claimed the traitor had supposedly been there for a few weeks in 1974, did not know his name. He was a well-educated man who spoke to him in French. The lack of concrete information on the traitor raises the possibility he's an urban legend. $1975 balance scale. Can we just look at the... Like, this game is good at making me not want to pull triggers on these things. If we look at Farid, 1975, he began meeting with Hans Krupke in West Berlin. Krupke is suspected of being an RAF member. After the meeting, he returned to Turkey. From that moment on, he figured on the Interpol terrorism watch list. He was considered to have illegal dealings, illegal arms trade. Alright, I'm doing it. 315 blue. We're talking to Peter Hink. Exposure +1, so we have to check it off down here, and the man in black, because blue is already filled up. A driver of a blue Volkswagen honks at you angrily as you run across the street toward the headquarters of Berliner Zeitung. At the entrance of the building, you're met by Peter Hink, a young blonde man in a white shirt. You inform him that you work for a newspaper from the U.S., that you were fascinated by his article about the traitor, and how you'd like to talk to him about it. You assure him that his name will not be mentioned. You assure him that his name will be mentioned in your article, as well as acknowledgments for his help. Hink is clearly excited by the thought of his name in an American newspaper. He brags that it is not the first time a foreign journalist has consulted him on this matter. In February, he was approached by an investigative journalist from Great Britain, George Spencer. Spencer asked how the investigation was progressing and offered to cooperate with him on writing a long article about the criminal underworld in Berlin. Unfortunately, Hink remains focused exclusively on finding the traitor, so he had to regretfully refuse the offer. They scheduled a meeting a few days from now. Spencer is currently in East Berlin investigating the links between the RAF and the KGB. Hink explains that he's on the trail of something big. Let's see if this got a... Okay. Hink's informant from East Berlin is a taxi driver and told him that on March 1st he was driving prostitutes from their Golden Swan brothel to the Hafen Hotel. Okay, now we've got Hafen. Remember that was in our transcript. Hafen is ready. Okay. Hafen Hotel. An important meeting of people from various criminal networks was reportedly being held there. The people who partied with the prostitutes spoke different languages: German, Russian, Italian, French, and English. Hink is convinced that the criminal networks are working together. It's probably all being run by the RAF and the traitor. I've also got this, brags Hink, and shows you a photo of a man going through security in an airport. He tells you that Eidolon Alton was in Berlin at the beginning of March planning something with the RAF. The photo was taken at the departure terminal of the Schonenfeld Airport in East Berlin. You thank him for his help, repeat your assurance about putting his name in your article, then leave the newspaper office. So we gain a puzzle fragment, and we've got two leads. One is we can go to see the prostitutes in the red zone, and the other one is we can go talk to George Spencer. Alright, well, I'm not unhappy about what we got from this expensive lead. So we got puzzle. This was the Peter Hink on the trader. So let's write down our leads and then we'll back up a little bit. So one lead is 316 red, which is the Hafen Hotel. Hafen Hotel meeting, so we can talk to the prostitutes who may have been with some of those people. Or we've got 307 red, George Spencer. This George Spencer is very fishy. Like, very fishy. Okay, think for a second. George Spencer has the silver pin on his lapel. He's the guy that Claudia Lynn gave files to. Born in England, his father was a French teacher. He's a journalist. If he made contact with Claudia Lynn, then his silver lapel pin, which it doesn't say here what it was, but we saw it was scales. Like, is this our traitor? Is George Spencer possibly the traitor? He traveled across Europe from 1974. Spain, France, Italy, Austria, Netherlands, GDR, and FRG, among others. He published a series of articles about police efforts to combat criminal organizations. He interviewed police officers and gang informants. That would give him information to pass along about what to hit. And he's trading information instead of weapons. I think this guy is my new top suspect. It was also weird what we read here. Like, let's read this again about when he talks about George Spencer. In February, he was approached by an investigative journalist from Great Britain. Spencer asked how the investigation was progressing and offered to cooperate with him on writing a long article about the criminal underworld in Berlin. So they scheduled a meeting a few days from now, and he's in East Berlin. Now let's put this puzzle in. I think this guy is our traitor. Is that a ridiculous long shot? He's a French teacher, so he knows French. He travels a lot in 1974. Traveled across Europe from February to November 1974. He was wearing scales. Like, we could confirm that. Let's confirm that. Like, we're not in a rush here, right? It's been 4 hours. It's so early in the evening compared to when I normally play these, so what do we care? Okay, let's look at the report on her. A waiter brings 2 coffees. This is we had her followed. A man dressed in a black coat, elegant pants and shoes, and a hat. He sits at Lynn's table. They know each other. He's in his 50s. 45. He was born in 45. It's now 70. That's a little weird. He should be 30. A silver pin in the shape of a balance scale is pinned to his jacket. This says he was seen in Vienna. He made contact with Claudia Lynn. This may be research for a new series of articles. Silver pin on jacket lapel. Silver pin in the shape of balance scale is pinned to his jacket lapel. This is this feels like a error to me. Like a game error to me. I mean, this feels for sure like it's saying it's the same person. And yet, here's his date of birth is 1945. That would make him 32 years old in 1977. Whereas this thing tells us the person she met with, who has a pin on his balance on his lapel, is in his 50s. The man drinks his coffee, doesn't take off his coat or his hat. His face is barely visible. He's in his 50s. Like, that feels like a game mistake to me, or like, how do we know he's in his 50s if we can't see his face? So I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore that. I feel like we also read something else about George Spencer. Maybe in the beginning of our case. Let's match this guy up with the traitor. He speaks French. This guy's from England, but his father was a French teacher, so I'm assuming he can speak French. 74, well educated, those map. Maybe a member of the Silver Balance, so that checks out. identifies targets for criminal acts. George Spencer. I'm adding him to the traitor suspicious list. I want to find out where George Spencer was mentioned in early on this mission. When asked if he knows the traitor, the suspect smiled and said, "Ne parle pas français." Okay. When asked what he meant, he was perplexed. All right. This is not officially. I don't know what to say about this rule, but we're gonna do a Google Translate on this. We're calling up our French person. You'd think the CIA knows how to have someone translate. So don't speak French. Don't speak French. When asked if he knows the traitor, the suspect smiled and said, "Don't speak French." When asked what he meant, he was perplexed and refused to answer. Okay. I'm looking for any clue that the traitor might be a journalist. Remember that, here's George Spencer. Remember that the meeting we were told when we went to the hotel, we're going to reread it, but she said, even a British guy stopped by. And I thought it was the embassy guy, but I think it's George Spencer. Which was that? Okay, here's the hotel. Turk requested a room. Okay, so she sees them. We're in the hotel where the Turk we followed. Stack of papers, building blueprints or floor plans. They burn them up. He witnessed several people, men and women, leaning over a table and plotting something. They shut the door. They were military, saw the word mission written on one of the documents. Clearly they were planning something. He barely left his room. He was visited by many people, though, mostly suspicious-looking Germans, Soviets, and also one British man. George Spencer, I think, now. Can we confirm that the mission guy who was killed was not British? Christian Becker, a German foreign affairs official, was found dead. He worked as a representative at the U.S. mission in Berlin. So yeah, he wasn't British. Okay, that's it. It's George Spencer. I really think it's George Spencer. All right, here's the other time where he was mentioned. This is our CIA information. CIA Berlin's delegation has informed us that an intercepted KGB communication contains the keyword traitor. The context of this message suggests the RAF is preparing a terrorist attack. That was our initial thing we found. Uwe Wolf, the RAF guy who got arrested. The newest dispatch from Interpol informs that in the context of the international investigation concerning the traitor, red notices have been issued for journalist George Spencer and Jacques Laurent, as well as Antonio. So George Spencer is on the list of the people that should be held because they suspect he's up to no good. All right. So if it's true, if the theory is right that it's George Spencer, and I feel good about this, like if it isn't, it should be, then I think our next option is clear. And I didn't write it down. Yes, I did. It was on 3:15. I don't know why this is so... Oh, first we got to do this puzzle. It's a 6 puzzle. Okay, let's go to the puzzle. We already know this. We already know this puzzle completely. It's this one. It's scales. Alright, so this puzzle is of no use to us. But we've got two options now, both red. One is the prostitutes at this house where they met, where our KGB people are talking. That's very interesting. But also we can talk to George Spencer. And if we think he's our guy, let's go talk to him. 307 red. Let's do it. This is exciting. We could be talking to the traitor. There's going to be a clue in what he says. If he's our guy, he wants to like dribble out little tease clues that it's him. Don't speak French. It's almost like maybe that's like he's British. His father taught French, so maybe he's like doesn't reveal that he knows how to speak French. Maybe that's like part of how he hides. All right, let's do it. 307. Oh, I see. 307 red. Okay, it tells us to mark off. So we're marking off one exposure. And let's see what we've got here. Zellerstraub, East Berlin. Thanks to the help of Peter Hink from Berliner Zeitung, you managed to make contact with journalist George Spencer, who is trying to evade Interpol. He wouldn't agree to a meeting in West Berlin, claiming that he needed to finish his investigation. He finally agrees to an unofficial meeting in the center of East Berlin. Spencer is dressed in an elegant coat, and underneath he wears a well-cut jacket. He pulls a silver cigarette case from his pocket and invites you for a walk in a nearby park. You explain that you have a few questions about his investigation on the RAF's activities and the traitor's identity. Spencer doesn't seem surprised. It's got a bit dangerous, he says, lighting his cigarette. I'm stuck at the moment. I've only got vague clues, unconfirmed rumors, gossip, nothing concrete to write about yet. Spencer waits until a group of people passing by disappears around the corner. So let's see if there's a quiz now. Jacques Laurent, he says. Excuse me? So many coincidences. Laurent always seems to be in this area when rumors about the traitor surface. In January and February, he was in Austria. On February 19th, he was in Innsbruck on the Schönengarten Hotel. So were Antonio Barzagli, an Italian terrorist, and Ayudam Altan, a weapons trader from the Middle East. In February 1976, Laurent was in Turkey. He travels frequently for his work, researching articles, conducting interviews, but he didn't publish anything following his stay in Turkey. How did you get this information? From his ex-girlfriend. I can't reveal her identity. Spencer pulls at a cigarette and continues. Laurent has been in contact with the RAF and other leftist groups for a few years now. Last year he interviewed Brigitte Monhut. He's a good journalist, has had better job offers than the one he has in La Vie de l'Europe, but he still sticks to the same topics, the same paper, and most importantly, whenever I find a trace of him, everyone claims he speaks French. It must be him. Whenever I find a trace of him, the traitor, I think, everyone claims he speaks French, so therefore it must be him. I'll make contact if I stumble across something. The journalist tells you as he stubs out his cigarette on the dirty sidewalk. I know Interpol suspects I'm involved somehow. Finding the traitor is a common goal for both of us. I mean, we're going to have to look at Laurent, Jacques Laurent again, because he's obviously knee deep in this. Jacques Laurent. But I think he's too obvious. I think this guy's working with him. I think I still like Spencer for this, but let's 307B is George Spencer. I also like that was a little bit of a clue. He's like, every time I hear about the traitor, they say he speaks French, and Jacques is French, so it must be him. And I think this guy, this British guy, that's what he's doing. He's pretending don't speak French. He's pretending he can't speak French to throw stuff off him. Okay, so it's a puzzle and nothing else. Like, there's no other clues to follow up on. He's got this silver cigarette. Like, I think I sort of remember, like, maybe at the opera, an elegant man with maybe with a silver cigarette. And this guy's an elegant guy, right? Dressed in an elegant coat, and underneath he wears a well-cut jacket. Silver cigarette case. I really wonder if we don't look at that opera house scene, whether we're not going to find a discussion of him. We may have to look at that, guys, even though it's going to eat up time. I'm sure you're tired of this, but 4 hours, 30 minutes. Okay, let's look at this puzzle. It's a damn 6. It's the same thing. It's this one again. It's this one again. Another puzzle that we already have the answer to. And there's lots of puzzles we don't. So George Spencer puts blame on Jacques. Okay, let's look at Jacques again and see if we know where he was in 1974. Not on this report, but I think we've got a second report of his. Silver coin case with scales, and this guy's got a silver cigarette case. We didn't look at it in enough detail to see if it's got scales on it. All right, where's our file on Jacques? Let's see. Can it be Jacques? Can it be Jacques? Travels extensively through Europe as a writer. Contacts with RAF. Was in Monachium in 1972 during a bomb attack. (1976) in London. Wow, no information about where he was in 74. Like, my gut tells me it's George, but if you push me on where's my evidence for George over Jacques, I'm not sure I could give you much. I'd love to find the Mission 1 information about that opera. I seem to remember, like I know several times where they were telling us about the elegant person. I know he's met with Lynn. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here to see if I can't find the description of the Opera House meeting where the woman was talked to. Like there's a time when we talked to them. There's a time, here's the cards from Mission 1 and 2. There's a time when we talk to them, to one of the opera women, and she tells us about how the other one was picked up and zoomed away by someone. Okay, the Opera House. We bribe someone. He tells he hasn't seen the front woman, Jelena Ruzicka, for over 2 weeks, but maybe the other artists will know. Okay, spoke to Mrs. Munitica, who was outraged about Ruzicka. She didn't show up for rehearsal. Okay, after her last performance, the porter saw her talking to some American man, which the porter remembers because he also tipped in US dollars. Just before noon, a tall, blonde, elegantly dressed man arrived. She got into a black Mercedes. Okay, so that's not our guy. That's not George Spencer. So, unless I'm remembering something else, I got that wrong. Okay. Well, that doesn't help us then. Did we spend our... I don't think we spent our red to go do that. So I'm going to spend that again. In case we didn't. I think we should go to the hotel. With the prostitutes. The other red. Let's do that. 316 red. We're trying to track down evidence, more evidence that it's George Spencer involved. So 316. So we have to spend another red and check another box. Okay, because this is exposure 1. All right, let's read this. Orderweg 23, East Berlin, Der Golden Schwan Brothel. The doorman at the entrance surveys you carefully as you enter the small, multi-storied house where the escorts agency is located. You tell him you have a room rented for an hour. He nods towards the stairs and closes the door behind you. You go upstairs. A short blonde greets you with a forced smile and introduces herself as Clara. She immediately starts reciting the current price list and rules the guests must obey. You interrupt her, hand her a 20-mark note, and ask if she knows anything about a recent meeting at the Hafen Hotel. When the girl looks at you suspiciously, you assure her it was just a down payment. And she will get more if she has any information. After a moment of consideration, Clara takes the money, sits on the edge of the bed, and starts talking. On March 1st in the afternoon, a Soviet came to the brothel and introduced himself as Alex. He had a roll of cash and gave it to the doorman, then told him he wanted all the girls ready that evening to go to the hotel and entertain foreign guests. Clara was one of them. They were supposed to serve alcohol, dance, and fulfill all the needs of the hotel guests. They were driven there at 10 p.m. There were several men at the hotel, including Alex. Clara heard them talking mostly in German, but they had different accents. Flip. Okay. The next day, the girls were telling each other about the men they had spent the night with. One of them was with a man from France named Maurice. We know he came in the airport. Another one appealed to an elegant Englishman. Her friend stole a silver pin with a balance scale symbol from his jacket. Clara was furious about the theft because stealing from a client could have consequences for the other girls as well. So maybe that's why George Spencer didn't have a pin that we could see on his lapel. There was also an Italian and a few Germans. Clara was taken to a room by a Soviet. He wanted to be called Alex, but she heard others calling him Sidero. He was tall and well-built, but also brutal, unpleasant, and very drunk. Clara nervously covers the bruises on her arms. She says that he hung his brown leather jacket on the door, and when they were finished, he dropped into bed and fell straight asleep. She didn't talk to him after that, and the girls were picked up from the hotel at 6 a.m. You give her another 20-mark note and tell her to forget about the conversation. You wait until the hour is up, then take your leave. You drive to Checkpoint Charlie, cross the border, and return to West Berlin. And we got a puzzle. Okay, so we got some information here. 316B. First, we know Sidero from our transcript is the brown jacket guy, aka Alex here. And he is the Soviet. So he's the guy working with the Soviets who was with that Stasi guy picking up people. Not the traitor. Surely not the traitor. Okay, and then we know she stole the silver lapel pin from an Englishman. Silver lapel pin with balance scale. I mean, that's George Spencer. He's involved, which means he's lying to us about all that. So it's got to be him. Okay, let's do this puzzle. So it's a puzzle with a lot of letters. Hopefully this can help us figure this one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letter word. Let's go up here. Let's find our 11 letter word. Here it is. I can't believe it's given us a duplicate letter that we already have of all of these. But it gives us 7 blue and 3 red. So we've got this full thing. We've got all the numbers. It tells us the fourth letter is a W, which we already knew. But it tells us this is a T, which I'm afraid that I don't know what that is. And it's a 4 symbol, so we only got this mission to figure it out. Ends in a T, huh? With a W. Let's look at, I mean, if George Spencer is our guy, then I might expect some of these clues to be pointing to him. Let's look at George Spencer's information sheet. His father is Richard Spencer. No. Mother is Juliette Lacroix, history teacher. No. Do we have any more puzzles here? Wow, we've got this one we also have to solve. I thought for sure it was going to be secrets in this guy's history. Wow, these are painful if we're not going to get these 2 puzzles. Okay, I think I know what this one is. Look at this. I think that's mission. M-I-S-S-I-O-N. I think the secret is that it's pointing to the mission. Okay. So I think the 6th puzzle is mission. And that's telling us where the attack is. And if that's true, that answers the question of where the attack is. M-I-S-S-I-O-N. I think so. Okay. Now, what would this one be? It's too long to be one word. Surely it's a clue about the traitor. So I think that other one is mission, but I'm not going to enter it in now because there's no benefit to entering it in early. We've still got some time. What would that be? Sorry, let me show it to you too, so you can help me think about it. Like if we figure out what that is, it might give us the clue. Where's his card? He's pointing us to Jacques Laurent. Sue Park has joined the chat asking if we're having fun. I am having a lot of fun. This one, actually, of all of the missions so far, this is the one that has triggered in me that thing where I'm sure it's one person, and then I'm completely convinced myself that it's someone else. But now I really feel good about this guy, George Spencer, being the mastermind traitor. And I think that I've figured out that this puzzle is mission, which, if true, cements the idea that the U.S. mission building is what they're planning to attack, which was half of our challenge. So it's this puzzle I'm looking at now that I feel like maybe if we could figure that out, we might be able to figure out, it might cement the theory of who's the George Spencer. So I'm trying to think if there's anything in George Spencer's information that would be the answer to that clue, but I don't see anything. And I'm thinking that's multiple words because it's so long. It doesn't have to be. It could be one word. But we have seen a clue that's multiple words. And we do have more places we can go. So there's no reason we have to solve this now. Let's look at our remaining clues. We've got a yellow to meet the investigator of the person that was killed, Christoph Becker. We've got a yellow space. That's reasonable. We don't know what their connection to the story is, but we think maybe they're an inside person. Maybe we should reread that again, because it is odd that we haven't completely put that in its place. Christoph Becker, a German foreign affairs official, was found dead. He worked at the U.S. mission, right? So what we know about this little piece, this little story element, which we haven't tracked down much, is that this guy who worked at the U.S. mission looked like he committed suicide, but we think it's foul play. We think he was killed. And on that day, someone escaped through Checkpoint Charlie, almost got stopped. And then we've seen the KGB intercept discussing that, saying, minor incident at Charlie, Uncle Sam was suspicious. He tried to struggle. And the loose end secured Ice House, which we think means killed. Scales requests help, urgent emergency transport for the Reds in the West. So it may be time to investigate that U.S. Embassy death, although I think it's just because someone got on that the mission was what they were planning to attack, or maybe it was an inside person. All right, see you, Sue Park. So I'm thinking we do one of these. Let's see if we have any other yellow. We do have a yellow. The police report involving the illegal weapons activity. I think that's just going to be why they had to relocate. So I'm less inclined to go for that. So if we don't have any, and we went to both of these. Okay, so if we don't have any other yellows, then let's go and learn about this guy killed in the embassy. So 306 yellow, meet the police investigator. So that's what we're doing, 306 yellow. Okay. Well, it's a puzzle that we don't need because it is going to be mission, but we'll just continue on here. So we have to check off a yellow. Let's read and see what we have got. You enter the police station and ask to meet with Inspector Friedrich Kirch. After a few minutes of waiting in reception, a man walks into the room and toward you. He's in his 50s, well-built, wears glasses, and as he invites you into his office, you recognize a strong German accent. You introduce yourself as an associate of Cruz from the BKA and inform him that you need to acquaint yourself with Becker's case files. It's a miracle that anyone found that body. We questioned everyone we could. We're searching for one more possible witness, a man in a brown jacket. Someone saw him near the bridge that day, but only from a distance. Okay, so, and we know who that is. We know he's the Soviet. His name is Sidorov or something like that. He helped meet people at the airport, and he went and killed this guy. Kirsch wipes his glasses and takes one of the older folders. Soon will probably be preventively arresting everyone with a brown jacket. A few days ago, there was an incident at Gerlstraub. A Russian was involved in a fight with some local thugs, regulars here at that station. He wore a brown jacket as well. So, this is kind of useless to us. 306, which is only single-sided. Yeah, that's useless to us. All right, but we've got a puzzle, which we don't need. Let's go to the puzzle and confirm that my theory about mission was correct. So it does give us this last thing. It says it's a red 2, and it tells us the third one over is an I. Again, confirming more of the theories, M-I-S-S-I-O-N. We're not going to solve it yet, but we pretty much know what this is. And we know who killed the embassy guy, but we don't know why. But he was a loose end. We think he's probably an inside man. This does give us file 306. So let's just take file 306. It's double-sided. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. These are police reports about the guy who was killed, I guess. Yes. Okay. Call from Maria Wagner, who was walking her dog. She noticed a body under the bridge. Ambulance arrives. This is on March 7th, which we know from our... lines up with the timeline. Body was lying on his back, gunshot wound on the right side of his head. Takes to the coroner. Reported missing by Emma Becker on March 6th in the morning. That's fine. She identified the body. Crime scene. The area is unfrequented from the main road behind the bridge. There is a narrow frontage road currently closed due to damaged pavement. hypothetical run of events. The deceased went to the scene on foot, then committed suicide by a gunshot to the head. They found a pistol, an M1911, a single 45 ACP round, fingerprints on the gun belonged to the deceased. This is all set up. A wallet containing his ID. Notes from witness statements. She found the body when she was walking her dog. She didn't see any nearby. She claimed that she walks here 2 to 3 times a week and never sees anyone. A road service worker. He saw a man getting into a car by the bridge and driving off. He remembers only that the man had a brown jacket. That's our guy Sidorow, the Soviet. Another witness says she saw the deceased walking out of the pub at 10 p.m. She didn't notice if he was alone, but she remembers that he left in a hurry and didn't pay. He couldn't have gotten there from the bridge on foot in the estimated time. There is no Autobahn stations nearby and no direct buses to go there so late. This is a note from the... Sorry, I should be showing you this. There's a note from the cop saying, like, the witness saw him leaving the bar, and how did he get to this bridge to commit suicide? So they're saying there's no way he got there on foot. Questioning of the wife. She's crying. Husband was behaving strangely in the last few days. He asked if she wanted to move abroad. He had supposedly received a lucrative job offer, so he's getting paid. This is what we thought. Inside man getting paid to give details about the mission so that they can bomb it. Becker often didn't return home in the evening. She suspected of having an affair. They had a fight. He owes money. Okay, so he's been playing poker at a casino, lost a lot of money. He would get it back soon. When he called his workplace, secretary said he clocked out. She says she doesn't know how he could have gotten a gun. He didn't own one. He worked as an associate of the U.S. Mission Berlin as a representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the RFG. He had a secret security clearance. So, find out what they know about Becker at the New York casino. That's a blue. That is a total red herring, because we know it's just that he owed money, needed money. We could ask about Becker's work at the mission. So, file 306. So we've got 2 leads here. 305 blue casino. That's useless. 309 white. Now here's why this might be something we might want to do. Ask about his work. Like, you could imagine that would tell us specifically, it's probably just going to be blueprints, but I was just thinking, like, maybe if we knew what he did, we could stop it. But I don't think that's important. Like, it's not that I don't think it's important. I think it's going to be that he had security clearance, so he gave them the blueprints. And at the end of the day, we're going to be asked what site to protect, and we're going to say the mission, and that's going to save it. So I don't think we need to follow either of these. I think we know everything we need to know about why he was killed, what his role is. So that's wrapped up. And who killed him. And therefore who escaped through Checkpoint Charlie. So it seems to me that the mysteries, we were asked to find who the traitor is and what they're trying to attack. The only exception you could make to them attacking the mission would be if you say that they changed their mind about it. But I don't think that's it. I think if we check out that warehouse, we're going to find that they changed their mind about where they're storing the truck bomb, which is what I'm guessing they're using or whatever. Okay. So... if we're pretty sure what they're trying to bomb, then it's only George Spencer that I would love to really nail down. We've answered what these are. We've answered from this. We know Hafen is the hotel. And from the intercepted transmission, we know that Siderow is the brown jacket Soviet assassin who cleaned up. No. Yellow mimosa. Don't know why that's the code word. I'm still looking to try to figure out what that puzzle secret is. What have we encountered? W is such an unusual word. Is it two words? I'm leaving this up there for you guys to think about. I don't want to cover it up. We've still got a white clue and a red clue that we can... Red exposure and a white exposure and 3 black exposures, or 4 if we play on easy mode. So the question is... We know that's going to be mission. Is it possible that this is FRANC? Like, what was the phrase that the guy told us about don't speak French? We searched for it. FRANCAS. FRANCAS. So that would be French, and then we would have a 4-letter word ending in W, which we could take a shot at. Like, if you partially fill this in, FRAN, and you click save, it will tell you if that's correct so far. And then, if not, though, you have to check a Man in Black. So we could actually risk one of our Men in Black things for that. But what would be the 4-letter word ending in W? It would be something like speaks French. No, it could be KNOW. No, he knows French. That's a big leap. I'd be inclined to guess it if, like, that's kind of crazy, but I'd be inclined to guess it if we had, like, rather than following one more lead, I might be inclined to make a guess at it. It would tie everything together in a little bow, though, wouldn't it? Like, it would tell us it's George Spencer because his mother father taught French. All right, but we have some more clues. Let's find another clue to do. 5:10. Should we take a little break? Let's do one more. We could ask about his work. I don't think we need to. The guy who got killed, I mean. I don't think we need to. We're looking for a white, is what we've got. A white or a red. We don't have any of the reds. We could save this guy because we've got enough to save him if we wanted to. I'm not compelled by that. We could examine checkpoint Bravo. That is not very compelling to me. We could talk to Barzagli, who was arrested, or we could talk about the French police who came up with the illegal weapons. None of those are all that interesting. We could talk to the guy who was at checkpoint Charlie, who stopped the guy. Is there any reason we want to do that? We sort of know this guy's name. With 319, let's just see this. His valuable information. CIA must approach this kind of request carefully. On March 6th, there was a dangerous incident at checkpoint Charlie, border crossing. A man claiming to be a GDR citizen was caught with false documents in the name of Stefan Lang. He was detained on the American side, and a moment later there was a confrontation, and the Soviets got him through. Specific details of the incident are known by Michael O'Brien, the watch commander. I feel like we know everything about that. We know that that was the guy that killed the U.S. Embassy person. We know his name. We know he's a brown jacket guy. We know he's Soviet and he got through. So I don't think we need that. All right, what about this one? This white. This is the... Contact the French police in regards to the captured illegal weapons shipment. Or contact the CIA's Rome delegation in regards to information on Barzagli's arrest. So Barzagli, who is the Italian smuggler, he was questioned about his association with the weapons trader Farid al-Assar. So we were focused on him being the traitor, but now we don't think it's him, so that's not something we should do. But we might as well we might as well do this one about February 12th, the French police captured an illegal weapons shipment. One of the men had a balance scale. Let's do that. We've got nothing better to do with white, I don't think. So we're going to go 303 white. French police and their weapons cache that they found. 303 white. Because we've got a white, we can check off. Okay. One exposure. Let's read it together. Boxtel-Zenweg, SAD Safe House. The note you received from Cruz consists of a phone number and a name, Gilbert Boucher. You dial the number and a man answers. He asks in French how he can help you. After introductions and a short exchange of courtesies, you inform him in your pidgin French that you've contacted him with regards to a seized illegal weapons shipment. On February 12th, in Orange, a community near Marseille, On the route leading north through Lyon toward Paris, a French police officer stopped a truck containing weapons and explosives. A shootout ensued, which resulted in the death of one of the men protecting the shipment. A silver coin with the symbol of a balance scale was found on him. They didn't manage to identify the man. There was no data on him in the French police files. They found a map of Paris with numerous encoded notes in the car, which they were unable to decipher. The French investigators managed to determine which ship docking in Marseille the shipment comes from. The ship belongs to the Turkish company Deniz X. Well, that's our Turkish guy. We know about that. Okay, on the basis of Interpol's report from March 8th, the police searched the apartment of Jacques Laurent, a journalist who wrote for underground newspapers and called for leftist groups to ally against a common enemy. An international warrant has been issued for his provisional arrest, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. Boucher sends a fax with a report from the search of the apartment, file 303. Well, this could be useful to us because our guy, George Spencer, who we deeply suspect of being the traitor, pointed all the blame on Jacques Laurent, who we know is involved with the terrorists. But maybe like he's setting up Jacques Laurent is what I think. So this tells us to get file 303. So let's get file 303. But I think he's being set up. I think our guy killed Jacques Laurent and is setting him up. But let's see what we got. Okay, report from the search of Jacques Laurent's apartment. Jacques Laurent's apartment was searched on the basis of Interpol's international warrant for his provisional arrest. The apartment was empty, withered flowers in a vase, clothes organized in the closet, no suitcase or travel bag, no documents confirming the owner's identity. Items seized: typewriter, paper, 18 issues of Vie de l'Europe from the years 1976-1977, several personal journals, which include entries from the day of Brigitte Monhop's release from prison, books, mostly dictionaries and Marxist-Leninist literature, a note with a phone number. When called, it proved to be the number of the London Reporter's reception. London Reporter, I believe that's where George Spencer works. Like they were in it together. George Spencer works at the London Reporter. Yeah. Apartments under surveillance. So, yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know. I guess that didn't tell us much. All right, well, we've got nothing else to do. I mean, we've got some other things to do. We could do some of these things that would check a Men in Black. Which did we do just now? Oh, we did the French police. Checkpoint Bravo. I hope we don't regret not doing that. So we could do any of the others to eat up some Men in Black marks. We have no reds, except if we want to free this captor. If we want to free the captive, we could do it, but then we wouldn't be able to go to a red zone if we unlocked another red zone. All right, I'll tell you what I want to do. Before we do that, we'll do that if we've got nothing better. We're almost ready to end this game. I'd like to keep a couple of these to guess at this puzzle that I think might say no or new French. No French, new French. So we might take a couple of tries at that. But we could do one more here. Maybe for the fun of it, we do this yellow, the incident at the warehouse, which I think is going to tell us they discovered the weapon. So let's do this. 313 yellow. Let's just remind ourselves of what that actually is. I think we're almost ready to solve this. So 318. The yellow is contact the Berlin police in regards to the incident at Gerolstraße. And the incident at Gerolstraße is, meanwhile, the Berlin police inform you about an incident at the warehouses at Gerolstraße in the Steglitz district, an area of gang activity, illegal weapon sales, and a flourishing drug trade. So I think that when we go there, they're going to find out that that's where they were storing this weapon, which I think is probably a bomb or a truck. So we're going to do that. Yellow. 313 yellow, which is going to make us check off a Man in Black because the yellow is filled up. So here we go. Check off one. Did I already do this? Or did I just do it? I think we did this when we did an extra blue. So I think here's our yellow. All right, let's read this, and then I think maybe we're ready to sum up and solve. Warehouses at Gerolstraße, West Berlin. You lift the police tape and go between the rows of square concrete buildings that look like garages. From behind the old shabby door, you hear the sound of a photographer's flash. The policemen are securing the room. Near the door, there's black foil covering a body. Inspector Hattendorf from the BKA is examining it. You introduce yourself to him and explain you're from the CIA cooperating with the BKA and leading an investigation into the RAF activity in Berlin. You want to learn more about a recent incident in this area. This one here, or one of the dozen other murders, robberies, and assaults I've been called here for? He points at the body. They say he's American, but he doesn't have any identification. Oh, this is a surprise. You interrupt him and explain that you're interested in the incident from the March 4th. Hattendorf raises his eyebrows, puzzled. The witnesses stated that a Soviet wanted to get an M19A1, a standard American military gun. Out of principle, they don't deal with Soviets here. Too many friends and relatives are on the other side of the wall, unable to leave, not even money. Wow. Looks like maybe it's good we didn't guess that puzzle. Okay. Not even money can help, but one young guy was tempted by the cash and said that he could sell him the gun. Several other guys got mad about it. The Soviet punched one of them in the face, and when he fell to the ground, the Soviet pulled out his gun and threatened to shoot him like a dog. No one moved after that. The Soviet bought the gun, got into the car with someone. No one saw who it was, but they heard them speaking German. Anything else, you ask? Hattendorf rolls his eyes. I don't know. I think he had a brown jacket. He implies that he still has a lot of work to do here. You thank him for his time and leave the garage. Okay, so we know that was Siderow buying the gun to kill the U.S. mission guy and make it look like a suicide. However, we have a puzzle here, and this kills my theory of the puzzle. The puzzle is for our one word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is our 11, and look what it is. It's not what I thought. It tells us this is a 3, but it tells us that the third letter is an O. Well, that could still be no, but it says W, E, and this is J. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, J. Wow, I really thought it was going to be... Well, is that... That's going to be Nose Jack. That's what it's going to be. It's Jacques Laurent then. I really thought it was Nose French, but it's not. It's going to be Jacques, right? Sorry, let me show it to you. So I thought this was there's going to be Nose French, Francancs, but I think it's going to be Queus. He knows Jacques. But it could be something else, right? So here's what I suggest we do. I suggest we save this guy. It's not my highest priority, but we got the resources to do it. And then with 3 marks left, I suggest we take some guesses at this puzzle and allow ourselves to be punished if we get it wrong, because no could be something else. Okay, so let's do it. Let's go down to the table here. Let's do this operation and free this guy that we're responsible for. If you remember, he called in, he said he had some information in the airport. He gave us information that was a little bit useful. And then Stasi grabbed him and tortured him. We're going to rescue him, but I don't think we're going to be able to get him out, because look, this is to get fake passports. So I have a feeling we're going to get him out and then he's going to want passports, but let's do it. Okay, so we're conducting Operation Free the Captives. It's to free the Tegel airport employee captured by Stasi. Cost 2. One of them has to be this. The other one can be this money. So we're spending those. We're flipping it over. Oh, look at this. All right, let's read it. Following the operation, 4 associates of Gerhard Schultz were arrested and the Tegel airport employee Walter Fries was freed. Fries was detained by Gerhard Schultz and his subordinates for 2 days. He was beaten and burned with cigarettes. He testified that Stasi wanted him to become their informant at the Tegel airport. They wanted him to provide information about arriving passengers. He tried to make them understand that it was impossible, that he didn't even have access to such information, but they didn't want to hear it. Gerhard Schultz threatened to deport his wife and children to West Berlin if he didn't cooperate. Fries doesn't know anything about a potential attack on the airport, and the topic was never brought up while he was being kept by the Stasi. So, you can cross out the Tegel airport from the list of potential attack targets. Well, we already knew it wasn't that. You receive acknowledgments from the BKA in West Berlin for their help in freeing the kidnapped airport employee. We add 1 yellow to the pool. Well, that doesn't... Oh, yes, we could do this. Okay, interesting. All right, so we completed that. Now look, now we have a blue and a yellow, which is enough to do Operation Anthill, which is gain information on the planned bomb attack by any means necessary. So let's do it just for fun, even though I don't think we need it. So we need to spend the yellow, and we can spend the blue, the journalist information. We've paid our 2, and now we're going to turn this over. Now let's read it. According to the following, it seems that Tegel Airport is not the location. Well, we already knew that. From Germany, France, and Italy, interrogation, transcriptions, investigators' notes from conversations with the informant's data analysis. The SAD team may cross out the Tegel airport from the list of potential targets. Okay, that's ridiculously two things right in a row that told us the same information. Okay, it's time to solve it. We've got 3 more, we've got 2 more and then 1 more for easy mode to solve. We could look at 1 more clue if we wanted to, but I don't think there's any real reason. What we do want to do is take some guesses at these puzzles, and if we get it wrong, it'll tell us to mark a black. So let's try it. Let's go to the puzzle here and try this one first, right? So I think this is mission, which is telling us it's at the mission. M-I-S-S-I-O-N. Now, if you wanted to do this in a gamey way, you probably should do 1 letter at a time, because there's no punishment for trying a letter. It doesn't take a time click. And if you get it wrong, you get a mark. But let's just try this. If we get it wrong, then we'll stop and rethink everything. So let's see if this is right. Okay, so that was correct. which basically confirms what we know, that it's the mission. It's interesting to wonder if there were any ways to fill this in with clues. Okay, here's our hard one, because we've got... Sorry, we don't have 2 letters. We got a couple more letters. I just must not have saved it. So this was a 6. No, that wasn't the right one. Here it was. Okay, so this was a 1 yellow, which we do have, and a red 3. Okay, and then we got that the 3rd letter was O, and then the 6th letter was J. And then we can save this to confirm it. Okay, so now we are going to have to make our big guess here. I originally thought it was going to be nose French, no French, F-R-A-N-C-A-S, because we got a weird clue about that. But now I think it's saying that he knows Jacques Laurent. So I think what we do it a little gamey. I think we start with K and N here. Let's make sure that's correct. Okay, so that's correct. And I think this is going to be an S, so let's save this. Okay, so we've got this part, so I think we're going to have this. So then this is going to be C, Q, Q, U, E. Now, his name is actually Jacques, not Jacques. But let's give it a try. Are you ready? I'm hoping this is right. Got it. Okay. That's fantastic. That was good work. That was good work. Okay. So we've got this puzzle for this mission, and we've got this puzzle for this mission, and then we've got this puzzle, which is a campaign puzzle. And that's it. So we've got all the puzzles this mission. We've got 2 more spaces that we can do a clue down. I mean, let's examine Checkpoint Bravo. Let's see what that was all about. You guys are probably thinking, 5.5 hours, really? Just solve it. But no, we're not in a rush. 5.5 hours? Could go 6 hours. So we're going to do this 301 white. We've run out of whites, so we would check a man in black. So this was a thing where we were made to believe that maybe it was still at Checkpoint Bravo. Maybe we can rule it off. Look at that. Okay, so this is, again, we've talked about this a lot, about how, like, our guess was that it's the mission, so why do we need the game to rule stuff out for us? But that's okay. Exposure +1, so we mark this. You drive on the Avis Highway to the Checkpoint Bravo border crossing. Eisenhower, the head of the Border Patrol, is intervening at one of the stopped vehicles. The driver and passengers are making a fuss and waving their passports as 2 officers search the car thoroughly. Ignoring the various curses and insults addressed to them, Eisenhower approaches you and apologizes for the wait. You tell him about your investigation. You begin by asking if there are any possible holes in security that could facilitate an RAF attack. He assures you that they have strict, detailed procedures, and every employee of Checkpoint Bravo is trained regularly. Every passerby who looks or behaves even a little suspicious is immediately inspected. You offer him a cigarette. Eisenhower smiles and tells you how a few years ago a group of RAF youngsters tried to make a little fuss here. They were suppressed before they even left their car. Suppressed. He assures you that if the RAF is planning something, they aren't planning it around here, and tosses the cigarette butt to the ground. The SAD team may cross out Checkpoint Bravo from the list of potential targets. Okay, well, we already 99.9% concluded it wasn't Bravo, but that really seals it up. So we could do 1 more. We could do 2 more for playing in easy mode, but I don't think we're going to bother. If there's anyone in the audience who wants 1 last clue looked at, I'll give you some choices. We can ask about the murdered guy's specifics of his job. We can ask about his debt to the casino. That sounds like the most useless one. We could get information on Barzagli's arrest in Italy. If we did that, we might get information about the arrest of... We might help arrest that Turkish guy. Or we could talk about the border crossing incident, which seems useless. I think we did 306 yellow, didn't we? Maybe not. 306 yellow was... Surely we did that. Meet with the lead investigator of Christian Becker's suicide, 306 yellow. Yes, we did do that. I don't know where that card is, but we did do it. So, yeah, there's yellow. All right, well, we've got one more. Let's look at Balzinger's arrest, and maybe we can lock up that Turkish arms dealer before we finish. So 314 white. This is definitely our last one. Oh, okay, so we've got a deciphering thing. That's always fun. Let's read what we got here. All right, so it's cross on white. We don't have any more, so we cross off our last one. Here we go. You dial the number to the U.S. Embassy in Rome. You give a password, and the call is transferred. A moment later, the phone is picked up by Mark Robinson from the CIA delegation in Rome. The Italian police have determined that Barzagli went to Turin right after his return from Austria and holed up in an apartment rented by his wife. Early in the morning of March 8th, he was arrested there without incident. Barzagli has agreed to testify in exchange for a guarantee of protection. Robinson sends you a fax with a translation of his interrogation. Okay, good. We're going to get to see his interrogation report. Let's see if he's got any information that's useful to us. So, here's our decryption key. Let's not go over how to do it, since you already know. 68 is file. 8 is N. 62 is U. 28 is M. 20 is B. 4 is going to be E. And then R, number. And then 60 is P. And 24 is I. Number pi. 3.14, is that what we're meant to think? Number pi. 314, and this is card 314, so yes, it is 314. All right, let's look at 314. Maybe we'll get to listen to it. No, we don't get to listen to it. That's just, well, here's his interrogation. Mr. Barzagli, the names you've provided are nearly sufficient to satisfy the terms of our agreement. You'll be guaranteed protection. We will recommend a shortening of your sentence, but you must answer a few more questions. We want to know why you went to Schonengarten and the nature of your relationship with Ayudoan Altan. And Antonio Barzagli says, how do you obtain weapons in Europe? Altan, or Al-Assar, to be accurate, is a supplier. I wanted to have exclusive rights for the sale and distribution of his weapons in Italy. I scheduled a meeting with him in Innsbruck, but Altan declined, saying that he already had a business partner in Europe. Then that Yugoslavian died, and I had to flee. Where did Al-Assar go? I don't know. A moment before I left the hotel, I saw him talking to Laurent, the journalist. I don't know what Laurent was doing in Innsbruck. He was purportedly interviewing that figure skater, but it was obviously a cover. I heard him speaking to someone in French on the phone a few times. It sounded as if he was receiving instructions. So this is just confirming us that he's the subordinate in the Silver Scales Club, and George Spencer is the superior. He was receiving instructions right before Altan left the hotel. The Frenchman gave him something. It looked like tickets and documents. I didn't even know they knew each other. They left the hotel together. Do you know where he went? After I returned to Italy, I found out that a big meeting was scheduled for March 1st in Berlin. I think Laurent was supposed to be there as well. The brigade too, the Red Brigade. I pumped lots of money into that venture, and I know Loren, but instead of sending me, the brigade sent Stefano Riddi, an idiot who dropped out of school, unable to negotiate even at the market in Livorno. I attracted too much attention. Supposedly, before you arrested me, I learned that the brigade is waiting for a new shipment of weapons and explosives, bypassing me and my contacts. I don't know why they made the deal with. I don't know who they made the deal with. I don't know what they want to blow up. I know nothing. They turn their backs on me, ungrateful motherfuckers. All right. Well, we didn't learn anything new, but we got a little bit of flavor text. And a cool thing about Loren talking to someone in French and getting instructions. Okay, time to solve it. Normally we would recap. I guess maybe we'll do our thing. We'll take a 5-minute break, then maybe we'll very quickly recap and then solve the puzzle. So 5-minute break and we'll be back to solve the puzzle. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're about to wrap up Mission 3 of Vienna Connection. So, let's do the final report. We'll choose our stuff, and then we'll spend some time, a little bit of time talking about the case, and then I'll stick around if anyone wants to chat online, ask questions, or tell me about if you've played this, how you're enjoying it. So let's go to the game. All right, so just to confirm, we've saved all of our puzzles. We don't want to quick finish without the puzzles being saved. No Jacques. Okay. So let's click Final Report. During the Yellow Mimosa operation, I guess I have to take this off so you can read it too. During the Yellow Mimosa operation, the SAD team unlocked the following threads. Mission. Thanks to the data collected during the White Rabbit operation, the SAD team managed to predict that the RAF terrorist organization was planning an attack in West Berlin. The most probable location is U.S. Mission Berlin, where the American garrison is stationed. The main argument is the fact that its employee was murdered a few days earlier. The victim had probably cooperated with the attackers, providing data that facilitated the execution of the attack. Other potential targets are Checkpoint Bravo, border crossing, Tegel Airport in West Berlin, and Stanford University in Berlin. We ruled those out. After the investigation that started in January and was conducted in Vienna, Prague, and Berlin, the SAD team identified a recurring scales motif as the symbol of the organization led by the traitor. The CIA determined that the traitor is still in Europe. His identity remains unknown, but there are three main suspects. British citizen George Spencer. A journalist working in many European countries, most probable. Turkish citizen Farid al-Assad, whose activity as traitor could be facilitated by his ownership of international forwarding companies. This is the person we very much suspected for the middle part of this game. And French citizen Jacques Laurent, also a journalist sympathizing with pro-communist movements. He's the least probable. Well, he was certainly involved with the RAF, but we also concluded it wasn't him. Okay, Catherine Miller makes a decision about concluding the Yellow Mimosa operation and the withdrawal of the SAD team from Budapest. The SAD team sends a final report concerning Yellow Mimosa operation and recommends further actions for the local investigation. Now, let's not mess this up like we did the last time. Okay. Arrest Jacques Laurent. If you remember, I made a whole case last time about we're spies. We don't just arrest people, we turn them. We don't arrest them, we turn them. So, although this guy's an ideologue, so I don't think he's going to get turned. So we could arrest him, but we don't think he's the guy. But, there's our guy. Arrest George Spencer. So these first three seems like they're saying, arrest the people. Who do you think is the guy? So we're definitely going to arrest George Spencer. Now we've got some options. We could recruit Peter Hink into the CIA. We could arrest Bridget Monhaupt. Additional security at Mission Berlin. Additional security at Tegel. Okay, so here's this is our first straightforward one, right? We're asked to pick who we think the traitor is, which we picked George Spencer. And we've asked to pick what location we think they're attacking, and we think it's Mission Berlin. All right, ready? Any objection? I guess I should stop here and let you guys chime in, all 0 of you. Does anyone have any alternative suggestions? This is the one. This is our first report that seems a little straightforward. I mean, what? I guess we could arrest Jacques Laurent is doing bad stuff, and Brigitte Monhaupt she needs to be in jail for her terrorist activities. But we're not going to leave the Berlin mission unprotected. So protect the mission Berlin and arrest George Spencer. Seems pretty clear to me. But I will give you guys a few seconds if anyone wants to make an alternate suggestion that I will not listen to. I guess not. Okay, here we go. Let's read the report. Additional security at Mission Berlin. On the basis of the evidence acquired during Yellow Mimosa operation, the SAD team determined that the RAF organization might be planning an attack on U.S. Mission Berlin, the headquarters of the American forces in Berlin. The leadership of U.S. Mission Berlin was immediately informed. Security at the facility was increased and all vehicles entering its territory underwent additional inspection. At the same time, all subsequent actions were kept secret in order not to alarm the potential attackers. A few days later, a truck driven by a courier was stopped at the control point. I did think it was a truck bomb. The man was known by the facility's employees because he had been delivering packages almost daily. But that day he was particularly nervous. He didn't want the truck to be searched and he refused to explain his strange behavior. Finally, the man broke down under the pressure of the guards and explained that the RAF had intimidated him, threatened his family, and insulted him for working for the American Army. They said they would leave him alone if he delivered packages provided by the RAF to U.S. Mission Berlin without asking any questions. He had no idea what was in the truck. The bomb disposal experts searched the vehicle and found explosive materials. They were probably supposed to be detonated from a distance after the truck entered U.S. Mission Berlin. Thanks to the detaining of the truck, the terrorist attack was prevented. On the basis of descriptions provided by the courier, it was also possible to identify and arrest several RAF members who admitted to planning the attack and confirmed the courier's version of events. Team writes in the campaign journal, the SAD team prevented the attack. So where is our journal? I don't know where it is, so I'm just going to write in here. Journal, prevented attack. Okay. SAD team receives acknowledgments from higher-ups in the CIA. Okay, arrest of George Spencer. This is what I'm talking about. The SAD team determined that the man who calls himself traitor might be George Spencer, a famous British journalist who was allegedly leading an investigation in Berlin concerning the RAF's connections with the KGB. Spencer was arrested at the airport in London when he was returning from Berlin. He didn't resist, and he assured that it was a misunderstanding and that his superiors could explain everything. Spencer firmly denied all accusations, but the evidence was against him. Traitor was handed over to Interpol. Sounds like we got him. The CIA received acknowledgments from numerous intelligence agencies as well as from police force leaders of several European countries. Right in the campaign journal, the SAD team successfully completed one of the two main threads of the campaign and facilitated the arrest of the traitor George Spencer. So that is wonderful. So we facilitated arrest of the traitor, and we completed one of two main threads. There's another thread, huh? All right. Now we click next, and we're done. All right. So, Mission 3 in the books. I'll talk about it a little bit, just the highlights of the mission and how it compares, and then I will stick around for a couple minutes if there's anyone connected who wants to talk, chat. We can talk about the mission, we can talk about Vienna Connection, we can talk about other detective games if you like, or we could just turn off the stream. So let's talk about what was good about Mission 3. First of all, I will say that one of my critiques of this system has been especially Detective Modern Crime board game, is it not giving you enough time to hit all the leads you want to hit, and the frustration of that and not knowing where to go. And this mission, I mean, we spend a lot of time thinking about where to go, so I like to think we're squeezing out some efficiency. But as you saw, if you watched, we got down to the end and we had it pretty much wrapped up with time to spare, at least as a single player game. So I like that. I don't feel like for it to be a game for me, I have to be so pressed into solving it in a tiny number of leads. I'd rather have time to chase things down until they're well cemented. So I really like that. I love the recordings. Like listening to the KGB intercept where they're speaking in Russian. We've got the transcript. And they're always using sort of obfuscated terms of art that you have to sort of make these little leaps of logic what they're saying. I mean, that is so enjoyable. And it's so enjoyable to hear the foreign language. And it works really well having the transcript that you can look at while you're also hearing. I mean, that is so enjoyable as an immersive experience. And these full page files, again, are just a joy. The immersion into the world is great, but also the searching through them for interesting information. And it's just fun. Like, you get these reports, right? You get these reports, and then on the reports are handwritten notations made by the people who are filing the report. And, like, part of the joy of these games is, and the challenge is, you have to wade through irrelevant information. And like, we knew that guy at the embassy got killed. We knew he wasn't a real suicide. And yet there was that full 2-page report, right? Just for flavor about his death, right? Here, there was this 2-page report about his death, where the body was found, how it was found, the whole timeline, the police thinking it's suicide, that he owed money and his wife says he didn't own a gun, and then extra leads. I mean, it's so satisfying to get that. And it's also a reward in that you're like, I don't have to go down those leads because I know, like, that is enjoyable. I wish there were more ways where the game's like, if you know this answer, you do not have to go down those leads. Those are rare in this game because it's hard when something's important, even if you think you know the answer, you're very inclined to go down that thing. But this was just satisfying. It was satisfying to guess ahead of time what his involvement was, and guess ahead of time that we don't have to go down this lead. We don't need to know the details of his casino debts. We just know that he was in debt and needed money. So that was super fun. This mechanic of this mission 3 having this attack, which could be in any of these places, and the pacing of this, where at first we get this map, we're not sure what it's for, and then we realize, oh, okay, here are potential, we got the CIA intelligence of potential attacks, and so it's like, okay, then the game for this mission is to figure out where it's going to be the source of the attack, and how in the pace of the game we gradually ruled out certain things, right? The weapons were moved down here to the south, so we guessed it wasn't up here. And then we overheard the KGB saying plant foreign intelligence that said it was with the California kids. So we guessed it wasn't the Stanford in Berlin. And then we got some clues that it might be Checkpoint Bravo. And again, we saw the fairly common thing that we've talked about before, where eventually you get sort of double confirmation of your theories by the time you get to the end. And that can cut both ways. It's tempting to be irritated by that as a player. You're like, oh, I guessed it. I guessed that this was going to be the attack. You don't need to give me that double confirmation. I don't need redundant confirmations when I've already figured it out. It's absolutely possible to play these games and say, and feel disappointed in that. You're like, you feel cheated. You're like, I would have figured that out on my own and guessed it at the solution. I didn't need to have the game close down all these other options for me by the time it gets to the end. But I've talked about how that's unreasonable to expect the game designers to get it so perfectly balanced that you're given exactly the right information for you to make the earliest leap of faith and given no more information. So they can't do that. So you have to take joy in knowing that you solved it before the game closed down certain options for you, and just get satisfaction when your ideas are confirmed. Possibly the most enjoyable part of this game was that it triggered in me this habit I have of jumping to conclusions about who to blame. And that's a little bit of psychology and a little bit of the way these games are made. And there was a person that the game was clearly setting up for us to be suspicious of. It was this guy, Farid al-Assar. That was his that was his alias, and he had a different name. And when we first encountered him in the second mission, there was like nothing known about him. We knew he was an arms trader, and we were searching for the person codenamed Trader. It was very tempting to think this was our guy for lots of reasons. And the game wanted us to suspect him. And I did very much suspect him. We kept the open mind. And we suspected him for quite a bit of time, and then we're chasing down leads, and we had some clues. This was one of the nice parts about this mission is we were given some clues after we traced down some leads about some details of the trader, right? Like he could speak French. He was highly educated. In 1974, he was probably in Czechoslovakia. So we were lining those up with our different suspects, and the game was very nice in giving these extra dossiers that filled in details of these people. And it was hard to eliminate people. Like we didn't know where he was in 1974, but we had no evidence that he could speak French, but maybe no evidence that he didn't speak French. He was our prime candidate, but we had a little bit of itch of doubt. Like this guy is the arms trader. It was a little too pat that he was the trader. And he was too focused on being an arms trader from Turkey. And then we got little bits of clues and suspicions that this guy, George Spencer, was up to no good. We did eventually connect him with Mission 1 when we think he met with the Vienna prosecutor. And what was nice about it is there was sort of a path where he could be, like we knew Jacques Laurent was involved with these terrorists and was a journalist and had this silver balance pin. So we got this guy, George Spencer, who looked like he was playing the same game, and he had reason to be involved in conducting interviews with terrorists and police. But then there was that little click where it was like, oh, he's trading information. Like that newspaper article that was like telling us that he's telling people who to rob and telling people what to attack. It was almost as if he was getting information from all these different sources and feeding them to each other. And that's when it clicked that maybe it was a reporter. And then it was fun chasing that rabbit down the hole. Like we went and talked to the person who wrote the article, and they mentioned that George Spencer was talking to them, maybe bragging a little. Then we got a chance ourselves to go to George Spencer and talk to him. And he was pretty convincing. He was like, you know, I'm trying to find this traitor myself. And he put all the blame on Jacques Laurent. And that was interesting because that made us doubt, like, oh, is it possible that it is Jacques Laurent? And it was a little bit hard to, like, we know Jacques Laurent was bad, but then we got enough, we were able to put enough of the threads together that it was clear that George Spencer and Jacques Laurent were both involved in this silver scale stuff. Now, we did find one sort of thing that might need to be errated. In mission 1, it tells us that this person met up with Claudia, the DA, the prosecutor, and it tells us he was in his 50s, and that doesn't match George Spencer's birth date, as far as I can tell. But all it had to say was he looked like he was in his 50s, and we would be fine because his face was covered. And then for the first time, we got mission summary where the answers we felt good about. Like in the other cases, we figured everything out, but when we gave our final report, it was sort of a moral decision about who to arrest or who to set free. This one was sort of like, where are they going to attack and who's the traitor? So it was nice to get those correct. The other highlight of this case was an area that I have critiqued in the previous 2 missions, which was those puzzle elements. In the other 2 missions, there's been one puzzle element that we put together because we figured out what word it is. And I like these word puzzle things. But this one was much better than the previous 2 missions. And I'll tell you why. Both of the puzzles were very underdetermined. We had a couple letters for each. When we figured out the first one was mission, it then told us we're on the right trail, guessing what the target of the terrorist attack was. So that it wasn't just we were filling in a word that didn't have other significance. That was satisfying in that it told us, okay, this is significant for this. Should it have been, it was a little, maybe it cemented our theory a little too hard, but I liked it. The other one was significantly harder. It was an 11-letter word that we had 2 letters for, and it was not at all clear what that word was. I guess that it was probably 2 words. And we figured out something clever about George Spencer. We figured out that he's a British citizen, and we got a couple more clues that a British citizen might be involved. But we knew the traitor spoke French, so that was throwing us off, or meant to throw us off. But when you look at George Spencer's dossier, it says no clues that he speaks French, but his father, Richard Spencer, was a French teacher. So we guessed that he may have known French and was hiding it. And there was a weird interrogation of someone where the person said, don't speak French. Like they asked him if he knew the traitor, and the person's reply was, don't speak French. So that was a little niggle in the back of our head, like, what does that mean? And then it made sense that George Spencer is this British citizen who's maybe pretending that he can't speak French and is not speaking French to throw suspicion off him. Anyway, the point is, that puzzle, which we had like 2 letters for, was very satisfying when I thought I figured it out. And I thought it was knows French. No, K-N-O-W. We had a W, and we had like an S or whatever it was, an A near the end. And it looked like F-R-A-N-C-A-S fit in there. So we were going to guess no French. But it was a little iffy. We might have taken a couple shots at it. But then right at near the end, we got like 2 more letters for that puzzle. We got a W, which pretty much seemed to confirm that it was going to be no, K-N-O-W. But then we got a letter that didn't work with French. I think it was an L. So we had like 4 letters of the 11. It was still a weird thing. But based on thinking it was no, and the other stuff we figured out, the deduction was that what it's saying is that he knows Lorraine. No, it was a J. So he knows Jacques. Jacques' name was actually Jacques with an S at the end, and the puzzle thing ended without the S, but it made enough sense, and we could game it enough that we could give ourselves a couple shots that we got that right. And again, part of the reason that was satisfying is that it was hard and interesting to figure out what that 2-word thing said. It didn't tell us it was 2 words, but we figured out that it was 2 words. We figured out that it was knows Jacques. And that also was relevant to solving the mystery of this mission, which was figure out who the traitor was. So then all those pieces just fell together. Like the traitor is George Spencer, who we know knows Jacques. He actually tried to blame Jacques. Maybe he's killed Jacques. But they're in the same organization scale, so maybe we're still going to see them. So I would say this mission was highly successful. Maybe my favorite mission of the 3. 2 was very good also, where we were listening to the recordings of the multiple rooms by the multiple spy agencies. So maybe 2, maybe this one, but I loved the pacing of our game. I don't know if everyone who plays it will get the same pacing, but I love the pacing of blaming one person, trying to get confirmation, failing to get confirmation that it was the Turkish guy, and then stumbling onto George Spencer and being slowly led to feel increasingly confident that it was George Spencer. That is a very satisfying aspect of these games when you don't have a sudden switch where you're like, oh, it's this person. It's this little doubt in your mind, like, could it be George Spencer? Like, it wasn't clear in the beginning, and then all the pieces start to fall into place. Very satisfying. So, yeah, maybe my favorite mission of the either 2 or 3, but very successful, very pleasant. I can't think of too many real failures here. I would have liked more of those numeric puzzles where you're finding numeric sequences. I find those quite satisfying. All right, so that's the end of that. I may try to play mission 4 in the next day or 2. Like, I'm enjoying this game. I'm ready to wrap it up and see how it wraps up and see how well they can pull off the final mission. And it's nice to play them while it's still fresh in your mind. It's 1 a.m. I've started these games at 1 a.m., so it's tempting to just start mission 4, but I'm not. We got to take a break. So we've recorded 6 hours. That's about par for how long it takes me to play these games. I'm going to end here, but I am going to sit around for 5 minutes, just have a drink, and if anyone wants to jump out of the shadows of the Google chat and talk, ask some questions, or just talk about, we can talk about other detective games, whatever you want to talk about. We're scheduled to have a live stream on June 28th, a channel update, live Q&A, sort of a catch-all. I'm not sure we're actually going to go through with that for a bunch of reasons, so that may get canceled or it may go on. I'm not sure yet, but stay tuned for that. If we do have it, I'd love to have some of you people join. I hope that this playthrough is of some interest to people who finished the game. It's hard to watch if you think you might play it, and this is definitely a playable game. There's some of these detective games that are so long, like Gumshoe, that it's hard to imagine playing it. But this is an absolutely playable game, and even playable by people who don't normally love these games, just because you could play it for the story even if you don't figure anything out. Maybe. But I suspect some people will watch this after they play through it to see how a different group gradually solved these cases. It's sort of the trajectory that's interesting. Any questions from YouTube chat? Anyone in the YouTube chat? I see my friend Zachary Brown is here, tuning in for the wrap-up. Yeah, Zachary's in France. I could have used you for decoding that French statement about don't speak French, but I've been playing these games at midnight, which is when Zach wakes up in France, so I'm sorry that I didn't play this one during your waking hours, but maybe that's good. You don't have to feel pressure to join for it. Anyone else in the chat want to say hello? Hopefully the air conditioner noise is successfully filtered out of these videos so they don't bother you, but when I'm silent, they might jump in. All right, so Zach has made a French statement. It's difficult to something, very hard. Why don't you translate that for us, Zach? Yes, something difficult. It is difficult. There are some fun things in this mission too, which we got to look up on the internet. Anything else good or bad? I love the maps. It's always nice to have a spatial element. Yes, it's hard today, very late. I guess there's no rush here. If anyone will give a couple minutes. I know people are shy. They don't want to always be the first person to say something, or it takes some time. Are there other live streams where the person just stares at the camera for 5 minutes? Like, it's okay. I don't object to that. It doesn't bother me to have a stream where there's 5 minutes of just staring silently into the camera. Yeah, well, Zach says there should be a wheel of game characteristics for measuring each game, like one wedge of the wheel would measure mystery complexity. Yeah, I don't know if it has to be a wheel or just a list of characteristics. Some reviewers do have it. They have a rating for a theme, a rating for complexity. On BGG, there are a couple ratings there that are crowd ratings. It sort of amalgamates the opinions of people. Complexity is a useful one. Complexity is useful to you if you want to play a game. There are certain very heavy complexity games, and if you play those, you know you're going to spend hours reading rules. And then the recommended number of players is actually very useful. Frequently on a box of a game will have a wide range of player count, but everyone who's played it knows that there's certain player count that is better or worse. So BGG rating for that is actually quite useful. High on realism. Yes, I think so. And it's sort of billed as immersive, and I would absolutely agree with that. That You could play this for the experience of traveling back to the 1970s Cold War. And I mean, I love that. I love these games where you're sort of traveling back in time and getting the narrative feel of being in that time. And with the documents and the language, it's got some adult language, some cursing and adult themes. I love that. It's pretty rare in games that you see that stuff. Murder and cursing and just adult stuff. And that is a joy in a game to encounter. So, yeah, absolutely. Have your favorite mystery games changed over time? You know, it's sometimes when you rate a game, it's hard to figure out whether you should be giving it a rating that is useful to other people. Like, I think other people will rate this a 10 because that's the people who are watching. Or are you saying, is it personally for me, it's a high rating or low rating? And these games are like watching movies in that if you come into it with the right expectation and anticipation and in the right mood and the right mindset, it can be an amazing experience. And if you come into it with a different mindset or expecting something else, you can have a bad time. And depending on your exposure to the genre, you're going to be blown away by the novelty of the first one of these you play, and that's naturally going to go away. So I have a very soft spot in my heart for the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games. And I've talked a lot about Dave Neal's writing in the Baker Street Irregulars box, which is behind me there, the green box there. And I've still got a couple of cases to play in that. I do think the Vienna Connection is unusual in that it's hard to get things wrong. It's just not designed that way. But I'll just say it this way. I don't have trouble ranking. Most games I can rank in order, but this genre, sort of each one is its own experience. It's like reading a book. And when it's satisfying, when it works, it's its own little bubble experience. And it's hard to say one is my favorite over the other. They're just great experiences. Okay, Duke of Zill says, he just purchased my copy, so I'm only here for the wrap-up to see your impressions compared to other detective-like games. Yeah, so I'm loving it. I absolutely recommend it. Don't watch, don't look, and play it soon, Duke, and then you can come back and watch it, and we can talk about it afterwards. But I could see people playing this. Greg could absolutely play this and not like it, because the decisions you make in this game are often based on gut and not logic. Like, you could use logic to figure things out, but sometimes very hard to predict whether a lead is going to be useful or not. And you could see I agonize over those decisions. I treat them as psychological decisions about should we do this, and try to come up with a rationale for why you might do A or B, and really agonize over it, even though in the end I'm not sure how well one could do in picking what lead. I mean, I feel like we do pretty well when we go down this path or not this, but in this game we had time to go down most of the paths. I am very curious. Occasionally you'll get a game. It's actually very interesting to find when people who agree on most games don't agree on a game. Like, we've played a couple games like Deadline, and some people really don't like Sherlock Holmes. There are a couple games that seem to click more frequently with people, like Chronicles of Crime, which is partly why we would recommend that as your first detective game. You could absolutely see this not working for groups. There are absolutely going to be people who play this game and get frustrated. So Duke of Zeal says, I like the idea that you can't really fail the game, that there's no score more rewarding. I hope. I would, yeah, like I wouldn't say that's an improvement, but I love it as an experimental design. I think it's a fantastic idea to say, rather than there being a right answer that you're going to get graded on, based on what you say, you'll see certain different paths of the narrative wrap up. Certain ones will be loose ends. You might, if you deliberately guess wrong things, you're going to get a less satisfying answer. People won't get caught. They'll get away. But I think that's a brilliant idea, and I hope we see more of it. And I absolutely think we will see more, because it is a place that it trips people up. It's a definite impediment to playing if you're like, well, what if I don't want to spend 6 hours trying to really figure out the mystery? I'd like to be able to guess and still get a satisfying ending. And it gives you an interesting story even if you get it wrong, which I think is the way games should be designed. You should get interesting stories even when you fail and when things go wrong. And I think that's just it's a brilliant, very clever idea. I don't know why it wasn't, well, you could see why it wasn't thought of before, perhaps because the app makes that easier to do. I do hope they fix and improve the puzzle system. All right, that might be a good note to end on, or not. Duke says, I love Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective on all 4 boxes and played a few in each box, except Dave Neal's Baker Street or regular, saving the best for last. Okay, well, if you love Sherlock Holmes, you're probably going to like this. I agree with you. Dave Neal's box, I mean, I might be biased a little bit because I went into it with low expectations and just had my expectations blown out of the water. But that there's a game that rewards spending time and thinking. So like, don't give up. And then there are some novel cases in that are really interesting. And he's sort of pushing the envelope of what can be done in that system. And the writing is fantastic. Like, it's of a different caliber of writing. It's like a good novel writing and takes you back in time. So, yeah. Anything else? How's everyone doing this week? Talking as if there's lots of people to answer. I hope you guys will come by if we do have the live Q&A on June 28th. It'd be nice to talk to you guys about, you folks. You know, when I say guys, I mean guys and gals. I mean that not gender specifically. And I hope the live switching is mostly working. Occasionally I forget to switch a camera angle and it's looking at the wrong thing, but I think generally it works. It's a lot easier to post these as live streams than to edit them. It just takes so long to edit the videos. Well, I hope you're not watching and catching any spoilers or having your expectations set. There really is a danger with expectations. Zach, you should play this one. But there is a real danger of expectations. If you tell someone something's amazing and great, it's not that unusual for them to watch it and be like, that wasn't that great. Whereas if you walk into a movie with no expectations, sometimes it just blows you away. I think there'll be more games with this system without correct answers, with different narratives. All right, let's wrap it up. 6 hours, 30 minutes recording. All right, I'll see you guys on the next live stream. It might be in a day or two. I might play Mission 4 of this weekend. Well, you know, you really don't have to spend this much time. You could absolutely, first of all, it won't take you 6 hours if you don't read this stuff. And you could absolutely just completely play it by ear. Every time you get a card, you could say, let's go there, let's go there, let's go there. You could finish off the entire game in an hour or so. And you might come up with not that much worse solutions than I have. And it'll be a little worse if you don't spend some time thinking. But It's not so much that, but you have to love reading through files. That's the main thing. You have to love reading and, you know, embracing this idea that you're digging through information. All right, I will see you folks at the next video, which could be in a couple days. And thank you for joining me. See you next time.